I'm ready whenever you are. Good morning. We're on the record in case number 2022-00432, electronic application of Bluegrass Water Utility Operating Company, LLC, for an adjustment of sewer rates. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the commission and will be presiding over the hearing today. Joining me is Vice Chair Angie Hatton and Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. I'd ask that if you have cell phones that you please turn them to silent or turn them off. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence in this case. Before we get started, we'll have an entry of appearance of counsel. I'd ask that when after counsel provides their entry of appearance, they also identify the witnesses that they'll have at the hearing this week. So we'll start with the applicant.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tip Depp, law firm Dinsmore and Scholl. I have my partner Brooks Herrick here with me. Paralegal Carrie Engel is with us as well. On behalf of Bluegrass Water, we have 4 rate consultant witnesses and 4 company witnesses. Mr. DeCindis, Mr. Spanos, Mr. Watkins, and Mr. Lyons are rate consultants for the company. And Mr. Cox, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Tice are the company's witnesses. Mr. Silas sponsored some data requests and is here if questioning is needed, but he did not present any testimony tonight.
For the Office of the Attorney General.
Mike West for the Office of the Attorney General, and our witness is Dave Dittemore, and he's here in the audience with us.
All right, thank you. And for the intervener, Scott County.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. David Spinard on behalf of Scott County. Our witness today, is Ariel E. Miller. She's here. We filed our testimony. The following witnesses sponsored responses to requests for information: Judge Executive Joseph Pat Covington, Magistrates Kelly Corman, Dwayne Ellison, Rick Hostetler, Rob Jones, David Livingston, Ryan Pratt, and Chad Wallace. And we have, I'm sure you'll get to it in a moment, we have a pending motion with regard to those witnesses. All right, but that's who we have. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will get to that motion here in a minute. And for commission staff.
Good morning, Jennifer Fell and Ben Bellamy.
I had an opportunity, thank you. I had an opportunity to review the record this morning, and that there is a certification that public notice was mailed to all customers. It was filed on the 31st, I believe, but it was mailed to all customers on the 29th. In terms of outstanding motions, I know we have a couple of petitions for confidentiality that are outstanding. We also deferred issuing a conclusive order on a request for, I don't know if it was exactly styled this way, Mr. Depp, but for either a date certain or virtual attendance for witnesses Lyons and DeCindis. Is that right?
That's correct. I will inform the commission. We've had some scheduling changes in the interim. I think we're going to be able to manage this appropriately, but so Mr. DeCindis, Mr. Spanos, and Mr. Watkins, we would intend to call today. Mr. Lyons is traveling and will not be able to be in until late this evening, so we would anticipate that he would be put on tomorrow morning, hopefully. And I think aside from if we can manage that, we should be okay to not need any further relief.
All right. And then Scott County tendered a motion, I guess that was yesterday, requesting date certain for witnesses Ellison, Pratt, and Hostetler on this Wednesday, and witnesses Covington, Corman, Jones, Livingston, and Wallace. It's a lot of magistrates for a county. On Friday. Mr. Depp, I know you haven't, I didn't see in the record that you all have had an opportunity to file your reply or response to that motion. Would you like to be heard on it today?
Sure. And I just informed Mr. Spinard of this a moment ago. The company is fine releasing the magistrates if the commission or the other parties have no questions for them. We would perhaps, we're still evaluating whether we're going to have questions for Judge Executive Covington, and would have no objection to him appearing on Friday and otherwise being excused.
Does commission staff have questions for magistrates Ellison, Pratt, Hostetler, Corman, Jones, Livingston, or Wallace?
We do not.
Okay. So you all, I guess, are willing to waive cross-examination of those witnesses, is that right?
That's correct, with the exception of Judge Covington.
Of the witnesses named, yeah. So, Mr. West?
No cross-examination with those witnesses.
Okay, all right. Mr. Spinar, would you like to renew your previous motion to have witnesses Ellison, Pratt, Hostetler, Corman, Jones, Livingston, and Wallace excused from appearing for cross-examination at the hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we will grant that. I just want to make sure I'm clear, Mr. Tepp, you have no objection to Judge Executive Covington having a date certain on Friday, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. We'll also grant that motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to take up before we move to public comments?
No.
Okay. All right. Oh, and I was going to ask, is it going to be you, Mr. West, for the entire hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And just the two of you all. Mr. Depp, is that right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Spinar, just you, not Mr. Strobo or Mr. Culbertson?
And, Mr. Chairman, I anticipate that the Scott County Attorney will be here if Judge Executive Covington is called, but
Okay.
otherwise it's just me.
All right, thank you. All right. At this time, we will take public comments. First, we will start with those that signed up for virtual public comments. I believe the notice that was mailed to customers explained that the hearing today would take place in this room and that it would be live streamed, and that anyone wishing to make oral comments could do so by following the instructions listed on the website. Those instructions were listed on our website yesterday morning, starting first thing in the morning. Two individuals have identified their interest or provided their interest in providing public comments virtually. So we'll start there since the technology is working, and then we'll go and take public comments to anyone in the room. So the first individual that signed up to provide public comments was Jesse Brown. So I would ask here in just a second, given the number of folks that signed up for public comment, I'll give you 5 minutes for your public comment. I'd ask that before you begin your comments that you provide your name and at least the city in which you reside. And I won't start the timer until you actually start your comments in earnest. So if you would like to proceed, Mr. Brown.
All right, thank you. I'd like to thank the commission for giving me this time to speak. My name is Jesse Brown. I live at 105 Shepherd Court in Moon Lake Subdivision in Georgetown, Kentucky. I live on a fixed income. What Bluegrass Water is asking for is ludicrous. A 900% increase on our rates, or at least that's what it was the last time they requested a rate change. This is the third time I can remember such a request since I've lived here. This time, or the last time, they even suggested that the commission didn't have the right to let the people know. At that time, petitions were signed and letters were written. So now they've gone straight to the commission to try to avoid these problems. They've been very persistent in trying to push this through. It is such things like this that makes it hard to make ends meet. I would request their books be looked at. They say it's for improvements, but I have no improvements in this area. My question is it for improvements or just expansion to be able to make more money? Or to update the old lines that should have been done a long time ago? If I was having my yard mowed for $35, my lawn service guy decided to buy new mowers and up that charge to $200, I'd be furious. That's not how you do this. Yet it seems this is Bluegrass Water. It seems like that's what they're doing, instead of using some of its profits to do the preventative things they should. If this is for expansion, they will recoup their money over time with added services. It seems they want all their expenses recouped quickly with such a rate hike. I asked the commission to look at the money they bring in and where it gets spent. Is it really for improvements or just another way to make life harder on the average citizen and pad their pockets with record profits? I asked the commission to evaluate this carefully and read between the lines. Do not let large companies run over the average citizens in your state. Do what's right and deny rate hikes. Thanks again for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. The other individual that identified their interest in providing comments virtually was Mike Noonan. You there, Mr. Noonan? Mr. Noonan, if you'll unmute your microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. So please provide your name and address, or the city that you reside, and then you'll have 5 minutes to provide your comments.
All right, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Michael Noonan. I live at 103 Wood Duck Court in Nicholasville, Kentucky. I'm also the president of the Equestrian Woods Neighborhood Association. As a resident of Equestrian Woods Subdivision in Jessamine County and a customer of Bluegrass Water Operating Company, LLC, I'd like to express my opposition to the proposed sewer rate service monthly increase requested by BWOUC, Bluegrass Water, for the system formerly operated as Springcrest Sewer, and request that the proposal be denied. The proposal outlines an increase from our current monthly rate of $27.43 to $99.37, an increase of 262%, which we consider excessive, unjust, and unfair. According to the filing, Bluegrass Water is seeking a unified rate to spread the cost across the entire customer base of acquisition and improvements to all its facilities. Based on information provided in the filing and related documents, the improvement costs for Springcrest Sewer are cited as $76,000 for a system that serves approximately 40 customers, exclusively in the Equestrian Woods subdivision and at several commercial customers that front Harrodsburg Road. The proposed increase of $68.71 for those 40 customers increases Bluegrass Water's revenue by $32,980 annually, resulting in a recovery of the improvement cost in just over 2 years. However, the proposed higher rate would continue unsubstantiated into perpetuity. Our system serves approximately 40 households on a non-discharging septic system. Our system is not a treatment plant that requires significant investment in open, large tanks, settling ponds, stirring systems, large pumps, filtration systems, etc., like other larger systems operated by Bluegrass Water. Because we are a closed system, each of the homeowners on the system maintain our own septic tanks and pumps at our own expense. We incur substantial expense in operating and maintaining our own systems and beyond the monthly charge from Bluegrass Water. The system that Bluegrass Water operates to serve us is basically 4 holding tanks, 4 pumps, a control panel, and several sets of leach fields. Bluegrass Water's proposed rate increase to $99.37 per month for the limited services they provide to Equestrian Woods is both arbitrary and unfair to users of the former Springcrest Sewer Company's system. Bluegrass Water's proposed rate increase of 262% over our current rate does not appear to be based on any valuation of our actual usage or the actual cost of maintaining our small, simple system. While neighboring waste systems in Jessamine, Jefferson, and Fayette counties appropriately charge for sewer service based on a percentage of fresh water usage, Bluegrass Water appears to be passing the cost related to their other systems, as well as executive salaries and acquisition cost for their purchase of additional systems, directly unto us, which is not appropriate. This increase will make our sewer cost 3 to 4 times our regular water bill. Many of the 40 customers on the Springcrest sewer system have users with only 2 to 3 permanent residents in their house. That includes empty nesters, like our house, and retirees living on a fixed income. In short, our system is not burdened by heavy usage because of high head count. Such a dramatic increase proposed by Bluegrass Water will also likely impact our property values and deter future potential home buyers. Unified rates should not apply to our system since we receive no services or benefits from the operation, maintenance, expense, or upgrades to any of the other Bluegrass system operations. Unified rates are appropriate for electric, water, phone, sewer, and other services where all customers share the delivery methods, the pipes, the wires, etc., as well as the plants and equipment throughout the entire systems. Our pipes are not connected to plants in Scott County, Paducah, or any of the other Bluegrass water facilities, nor do these facilities receive any of our effluent discharge. We should pay a fair price to receive and properly discharge our effluent water safely per regulations. We understand that a modest increase may be justified as necessary to bring the current facility up to PSC, state, and county standards to provide safe sewer service to our community, to recover the initial improvement cost over several years, and to establish funding for improvements that may be necessary in the future. However, we feel that these costs should be spread over a reasonable time period, and they should not be burdened with paying for the purchase or improvements to other Bluegrass water operating systems. We appreciate your consideration of this opposition. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Noonan. That is it for those individuals identified their interest in providing virtual comments, and so we will close that avenue. Is there anybody in the hearing room today in person that would like to provide public comments for the commission's consideration?
My name's Rick.
Oh, sorry. Just please state your name and address. Do you mind to tap the microphone to make sure that it's on? Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. My name's Regina Thompson. I'm the environmental specialist at IEG Forge in Georgetown, Kentucky. I represent our facility as well as the other facilities on Triport Industrial Park. We received no notification at all regarding the purchase of Del Plaine wastewater disposal. I found out totally by accident when calling Marie Jacobs. I then was notified by Marie of the increase in rates. What this rate increase means for our facility is going to be an additional $10,000 to $12,000 a month extra in expenses just for processing our wastewater. But the biggest more concern for us in the industrial park is the increase to the people in Moon Lake Estate. Those are the majority of our employees. And that rate increase is going to cause tremendous burden from them. So much, in fact, that we've already heard rumor that some of them are already talking about moving out of Moon Lake Estate. So that's going to affect our employee pool. So if this rate increase affects us in two ways: increase in our bill and the potential loss of employees. So we strongly urge that you reconsider this rate increase for us. We understand, that it needs to be repaired. We understand that, but we don't expect that large of a rate increase. So thank you for taking the time and listening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the hearing that would like to provide public comment? Okay. So I'd like to remind anybody that is watching this hearing live or watches the video of the hearing prior to the submission of the case, the public comments can be submitted at any time through one of three ways. The first is through the Public Service Commission's website at psc.ky.gov. The second is to the dedicated PSC comment email inbox, which is psc.comment@ky.gov. And public comments can be mailed to the Public Service Commission at 211 Sower, S-O-W-E-R, Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40602. We'd ask that anytime you provide a public comment that you include the case number along with your name and address. And just for a reminder, the case number in this matter is 2022-00432. All right, so that is it for the public comment portion of the case. Is there anything else that we need to take up before the applicant presents their witnesses? All right, Mr. Depp, you can call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bluegrass Water calls Dylan DeAscendas.
Please Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct and are guilty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. State your name and business address for the record, please.
My name is Dylan Diascendis, and my business address is 3000 Atrium Way, Suite 200, in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, 08054.
Mr. Depp?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Descendis. Can you state your employer and your title for the record, please?
Sure, I'm a partner at Scott Madden Inc.
Thank you. And did you cause direct and rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes,
And did you also sponsor some data request responses in this case?
I did.
Do you have today any additions or corrections to either the testimony or the data request responses?
I don't.
And if I asked those same questions to you today, or if you were asked those questions, would your responses be the same?
They would.
Do you adopt that testimony and those data request responses as your own here today?
I do.
Thank you. Witnesses available for cross, Your Honor.
Mr. West?
No questions.
No questions. Counsel?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Bell?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Just a couple, Mr. Giacintis.
Sure.
This is the second case that you've done for Bluegrass Water, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. All things being equal, the more connections that Bluegrass Water ascertains, the more investments they make that ultimately have already been recovered or reflected through rates. Does that tend, all else equal, to make Bluegrass Water less risky or more risky?
It depends on the nature of the operations that they pick up, but in my recommendation in this case, compared to last case, my size adjustment's down 75 basis points.
Is that exclusively because of the increase in the number of connections, or is that a change in your methodology for the size adjustment?
It's a little bit, it's more of, I felt like 175 was too much at this time. I think the first case there was extenuating circumstances where the extra 75 were warranted and now they're not.
What were those extenuating circumstances?
I feel like it was their first case, so there could have been some risk and uncertainty because of the outcomes of those cases and things like that, and whether or not the operations and the management could perform to the level that they have.
Is there an objective methodology that you're aware of in financial literature to come up with this size adjustment?
No, there isn't. There could be. I know in Florida they do a private placement premium. So say when the company is small, they can't usually finance debt on their own or through normal circumstances, and they get to float private placement debt. You could see the spread between private placement debt and publicly rated debt, and there's usually a nice spread there, and that could be an indication. But I use the studies from Kroll to determine mine, which doesn't have kind of a set number to it.
Okay. When you say that about Florida, those are for people who don't, so like they're let's just say it this way. There are some utilities that are part of a holding company. Sometimes the holding, NiSource I think is a good example. I think that NiSource goes out and gets all the debt and then kind of does a back-to-back with its subsidiaries and then places that debt with the subsidiaries. Sometimes subsidiaries, LG&EKU are a good example. They go directly out as a subsidiary and get their own debt. When you say private placement, do you mean what LG&EKU do, which is go out and get their own debt? Or you mean debt in which is not publicly rated by S&P, Moody's, or any of the other rating agencies?
The second one.
Okay. Like truly private, okay.
Right.
And so all you're really reflecting, is that my understanding, is that there's a different, well, okay, let's just take a big step back. Explain to me your subjective methodology in determining a size adjustment. Either the old method, the methodology used to get 175 in the last case, or the methodology to get a full 100 basis points in this case.
Well, the methodology or the way that I approach it is the same. So when I look at the indicated rate or the indicated premium as shown on DWD9. And that indicated premium is 3.91. I will take a look at the operations and the size and then take into account, you know, the parent support, things like that to get my number. It's based on my judgment and experience. And I think also, the last case that we were a part of, and I think it was almost 3 years ago, at least for these guys, they were significantly smaller than Central States Water Company. I think they have more people, more support this time around than what they had back then.
Okay. You talk in your testimony about how your, well, I'll just read the statement. Using companies of relatively comparable risk as proxies is consistent with the principles of fair rate of return established in the Hope and Bluefield Supreme Court cases. It's always easier to get this question out at the beginning. Are you an attorney?
I am not.
So it's your reading of the requirements of Hope and Bluefield as a financial professional, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Would you agree that as a general proposition, Hope and Bluefield, on a combined basis, or either one of them that you're aware of, talk about the risk and return of firms in the general geographic area?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. What's the confines of that general geographic area that you use to create your proxy group?
The general geographic area in my proxy group is nation, the nation, so it's domestic companies. I think we talked about this a little bit in the Water Service Kentucky case. I think that now that it's more of a global marketplace, state lines and regional lines are no longer relevant. I could get on my phone and buy any type of stock that I want. So I think it's a little, I don't think that was the same in the 1920s and 1940s. I do think that when at the time of the order, I think it was more relevant than it is now.
I guess this is I don't mean to be flippant about the question, but the U.S. Supreme Court has not subsequently addressed Hope and Bluefield in light of the Schwabs and TD Ameritrades of today. Would you agree?
I'd agree with that.
Okay. So, do you, in your calculation, and I take from your answer you didn't, but want to make the record clear, in your calculation, did you take into account any risk or return of firms, or the required return of firms with a similar risk in a more confined geographic area than the entire United States?
I didn't, and it's because there aren't water utilities that are publicly traded that solely are in the southeast or even the East Coast for that region. And if there were, they would be too small of a sample size to make a statistically robust analysis.
Yeah, so your response though immediately went to utilities.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But my question was firms of similar risk. Do you take a position that only utilities can have the risk profile of other utilities?
No.
Okay, so that's I wanted to be, I try to, maybe not good in conversation about choosing the right words, but I try to in asking these types of questions.
Sure.
I just was asking about firms with similar risk. And just to be clear.
I'm sorry, go.
No, it's okay. Just to be clear, as a general matter, water publicly traded, water, gas, and electric utilities have some of, and at any given time have, the lowest betas of entire groups of stock. Would you agree?
They would be, and beta is one measure of risk. There's other measures of risk.
Right, and I just was starting at beta, but you, by providing the different risk adjustments, you're not necessarily claiming that this utility is equally as risky as electric, gas, and other water utilities, right? It is riskier. That's your testimony.
It is, and there's one pretty easy comparable to talk about, and it's the fact that this company hasn't made any money the entirety that it was here. So I mean, all of these publicly traded companies turn a profit. This company doesn't, and it's because of the risk of the company.
Risk of the company.
So I guess I'll go back. So this company generally acquires troubled systems that have fallen under disrepair due to lack of rate support. Until they raise their rates or until they get rate relief, they have to operate their operations at these same rate schedules, which are less than the cost of service. So every year they're losing money because they're rehabbing these systems and not getting an adequate return on them, and that's why we're here today. But when you're looking at these operations as compared to the American Waters of the world, the Essentials of the world, all of these companies, by and large, they are getting their cost of service, and they are turning a profit. This company is not. And that's the risk of this company as compared to the other companies in the proxy group.
So in this situation, specific to Bluegrass, would you agree that the risk is a function of management's intentional business decisions?
The risk is the operations of the company. I don't know what their decisions are. I think that I would assume, and you could ask Mr. Cox about this, but I would assume that the goal of the company is eventually having fully operational water companies that charge and receive their cost of service from their customers.
Dr. Morin does a similar job to you, doesn't he?
He does.
That's fine. Would you agree with Dr. Morin that the goal of the firm is likely to maximize shareholder value?
Yes.
Okay. But going back to the question I just asked, I just want to be clear. You said you aren't aware of the decisions that the company has made. The decisions or the management decisions that I'm specifically talking about are about the additional acquisition of other systems. That's a intentional management decision. Would you agree?
I would agree with that, yes.
And it's your testimony that those decisions create risk for the utility insofar as they require a capital outlay or a situation where revenues, costs exceed revenues. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So those risks that are created through management's decision drive greater shareholder requirements. Is that right?
That's right.
All right, so I just want to be clear about the Bluefield quote.
Sure.
I said area, I don't think it technically says area, but Bluefield says, "A public utility is entitled to such rates as will permit it to earn a return on the value of the property which it employs for the convenience of the public, equal to that generally being made at the same time and in the same general part of the country on investments in other business undertakings which are attended by corresponding risks and uncertainties. But it has no constitutional right to profits such as are realized or anticipated in highly profitable enterprises or speculative ventures." Have you read that before?
Yes.
Okay. And is that generally that's the part of the Bluefield that you understood I was referencing earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you do your proxy group, instead of looking at businesses in the same general part of the country, you instead, the proxy group is limited to the confines of effectively the lower 48. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Would you agree that there are other firms in the general part of the country that have corresponding risks and uncertainties as Bluegrass Water, but are not utilities?
Yes, that's the basis of my non-regulated proxy group.
Okay. And that, your non-regulated proxy group, I guess I'm trying to have an appreciation for it. Is Coke part of your non-regulated proxy group? I think it has been in the past, that's why I ask, without having to pull up your exhibits.
It is not,
Okay,
but Monster is, Monster Beverage. So if we want to stay in the same type of arena. So Monster is, McCormick, the spice company, things like that.
and is it your, well, let me ask, what is your position on, insofar as management creates additional risks for the firm, that they should be, is it your position that if with it, what is the bounds of risk created by management's decisions that the commission should take under consideration in setting a return on equity?
So my business risk adjustment of 1% would be those bounds. So the risk, the additional risk relative to the proxy group companies of 1% would be the difference in that difference. So I'm saying, my study is saying that the company and the proxy group are different in risk, and I'm measuring that difference by 1%. So I guess for easier
But then
reference.
let me ask you to speak, in the last case, you bounded it by 175, right?
Yes, that's right. Now it's 1.
So you're tightening the bounds upon which you believe the business risk exists.
Yes,
And
sir.
and that's exclusively because they've had one rate case. That's,
Well, that and their company, their parent company, the support that they have from their parent is more now, just based on their size and their organization. So when I'm looking at that, I deem that it's less risky now than it was.
if in the last rate case, Bluegrass Water utility, all the Bluegrass Water, the utility we regulate, was owned by a much larger company. Even if it was owned by Central States Water and they were 10 times the size they were in 2020, would your 175, all else being equal, would it have been less?
So you're asking me that if in 2020 they were held by the same organization as right now, would the 175 have been less?
Yeah, that's effectively.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, any questions?
Possibly two, Your Honor. Mr. DeSantis, I believe you previously indicated that your analysis indicated a risk premium adjustment of 3.91%. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the recommendation that you're making to the commission today?
It is not.
And what are you recommending?
100 basis points.
Okay, so roughly 25% of that.
That's right.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Is there any reason that, would you like to have Mr. DeSantis excused for the remainder of the hearing?
If we may.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
All right. As this first witness is stepping down from the, is stepping down, we'll do a couple of things here. First, I don't, maybe it's been conveyed to you all, but we've removed them, I think, but the monitor, I don't think, is working at that table, so if we have to do a share, we'll have to use the ones that are up here. The second is, we'll take our breaks at about an hour and 15-minute increment, so we'll take our first break at about 10:15. We'll take a about hour lunch today. Given that we have effectively the rest of the week that's available for this hearing, we'll just be going until about 5 o'clock each day, and then we'll be adjourning until the next morning. And we'll make sure that we take 2 breaks in the afternoon. Have you all had a conversation with council about should you want to share exhibits or anything like that virtually or electronically, or do you all intend, if you have exhibits to share, that you all do that in paper?
Minor paper.
Okay.
We haven't talked about it.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided counsel to the applicant some excerpts from a prior commission order and also an excerpt from the responses to the request for information. We don't plan to pass those out. We're just going to reference them. So that's the only, when we get to that part, that's the only thing that we're going to be.
But you don't intend to make them hearing exhibits necessarily?
That is correct,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
That'll be fine. All right, council, would you like to call your next witness?
I think Mr. Herrick's going to present.
Mr. Chairman, John Spanos.
I think that someone just typed it both. They don't even tell us their witness or they do whatever. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and business address for the record.
John J. Spanos, 207 Senate Avenue, Camp Hill, Pennsylvania.
Mr. Spanos, where are you employed?
I'm employed with Gannett Fleming Valuation and Rate Consultants, LLC.
What is your position there?
I am president.
Did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did that direct testimony, did you also sponsor a depreciation study as part of that testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to either your direct testimony or the study itself?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions today in the direct testimony, would you adopt them?
Yes, I would.
And the same for your depreciation study, you adopt that today?
Yes, I would.
Tendered for cross, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. West?
No questions for this witness.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Bell?
Yes, we do have just a few questions. Am I correct in your testimony that you recommended a 10% negative net salvage value?
For which account?
I believe you did. Did you do different? I apologize. I may have misunderstood. I thought it was 10% for all accounts. Was
No,
that
there-
incorrect?
There is a different net salvage percent for each account, some 0, some -10, and so forth, and all dependent on the asset class.
Okay. Is 10% the highest that you had recommended? A negative net salvage value of 10%?
There is one account that's higher than -10. That's the oxidation lagoons. And this can be found on page Roman numeral 6-4 of my study. But most are either 0, -5, or -10.
Okay. You said there was one that was over 10, I'm sorry?
Yes, the oxidation lagoons, which is account, CSWR account 370.10, NARUC account 380.
And what was the negative net salvage value you had recommended for that account?
For that particular account was -30. It has $38,000 in the account, but it was negative
Okay.
30.
Why did you recommend negative 30 for that?
The nature of those assets that need to be removed and the cost to remove those as they're lagoons and it's a higher cost to do that per original cost of the asset versus the others, which are, again, 0, 5, or -10.
For the collection systems, what was the negative net salvage value that you recommend for the accounts that held the collection systems?
Under collection plant, there are structures and improvements, collection sewers, force and gravity, services, and power generating equipment. Those are either 0, -5, or -10. I could break down each one individually if
No,
it's helpful.
that's fine. Does the negative net salvage value, you kind of just explained it when you were talking about the 30%. The negative net salvage value sort of recognizes that there's going to be some cost when you take those assets out of service in order to restore the property to green space. Is that correct?
I think that's a little bit beyond the overall net salvage percent.
Okay.
When you do replacements of assets, there are costs to remove those assets or replace those assets, otherwise known as cost to retire. And that's really what's represented in these amounts here, is when you need to replace, the sewers or replace a component of the service. There are costs to do that. Some of it goes to the installation of the new asset. Some of it goes to the replacement or retirement of the old asset.
Okay. So a follow-up question to that, if you're including these negative net salvage values, should you, when you're installing, say you're replacing a tank that had a 10% negative net salvage value, should you include the cost of removing that tank in the cost of the new asset and put that cost into plant and service for the new asset?
Most appropriate way to do that is to, the assets to install the new assets should go into plant and service, and the cost to retire the old assets should go to accumulated depreciation as cost to retire.
So you should effectively be removing that cost from accumulated depreciation because you've been collecting the negative net salvage value during the life of that asset. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's part of the retirement. The retirement would go into accumulated depreciation and be a reduction of the accumulated depreciation amount, and then the cost to removal component is also a reduction of the accumulated depreciation.
Do you know whether or not, I know Bluegrass Water has made a lot of improvements over the last couple of years and has some more improvements that they're proposing. Do you know whether or not, though, the cost of those improvements that they're including in plant and service includes the cost of removing the old assets?
On a go-forward basis, the expectation is those costs would be segregated, and that's why having net salvage percent. As we go forward, there's a small percentage of the cost that will be cost of removal or cost to retire. Everything else will be the cost to install the new assets.
So I guess would your opinion be that when you're installing a new asset into plant and service at this point, that it shouldn't include the cost of removal or cost of retirement in the cost of the new asset being placed into service?
As a standard accounting practice, that would be, going forward, that would be the plan.
Do you know whether or not any of the old systems that Bluegrass Water purchased were recovering negative net salvage values on those assets, the assets that are being taken out of service?
Based on what I can tell, they were not. Again, there wasn't the same requirements for each of those entities that they have today or will be going forward. So based on what I could tell, there was not any segregation of those labor costs.
What's the basis of that opinion?
Based on my review of, one, the fact that some of these accounts had a 0 net salvage percent, and two, the size of these facilities before acquisition normally did not have to keep their records in the same fashion, so I did not see anything that showed cost of removal hitting accumulated depreciation.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do have a couple questions about the negative it's a negative, or the net salvage values. For investor-owned utilities, as a general matter, does the return, let me ask you differently. If you take an asset that has an expected life of 10 years and you depreciate it over that 10 years on a straight line average basis, the value of it is 100 at the outset, you depreciate it by 10 units, $10 every year. Is that right?
Excluding net salvage, that's correct.
Yeah, just straight line, just simple, okay. Then if it's going to cost $10 to remove it at the end of its life, and it's not going to be replaced, important distinction, do you recover that on a straight line average basis at $11 a year?
Yes, that would be the process to make sure that full recovery of the asset was done systematically and rationally over the life of the asset, which would be the 10 years, and in your example, it would be $110 that needs to be recovered. And that way, all ratepayers that, or customers that receive benefit of the asset paid their fair share each year.
Yeah, no, we'll get to that. I just want to get the math right. So the $100, you had a cash outlay to put the asset into the ground at the outset. Would you agree?
The company did, yes.
Yeah. And you're recovering that over 10 years at $10 a year. You're getting a return on, and you're getting the return of through the $10, and you get a return on through the application ordinarily and just ordinary rate making of an application of a weighted average cost of capital. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And so every year your asset is worth $10 less, so you earn a return on the remaining undepreciated value, 90, 80, 70, 60. Is that correct?
Yes, but again, I would say the return of would be the $11 in this example.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I went back to the.
Okay, yep.
I went back to just talking about the original asset.
Yes.
Okay. Then you expect to have to spend another $10 in 10 years. Is that right?
At the end, when the asset gets retired, the cost to remove is an end-of-life component of the full service value of the asset.
Okay, I get that, but I just want to have an appreciation for our cash outlay is $100, but we're earning a return in the first year on 110 of that 110, and then $99, right? Mm-hmm. So our cash outlay in year one was $100, but we're earning a return on $110. That $10 not being spent for the next 10 years. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's.
It's just math.
Yeah,
I'm not asking for the policy arguments yet. So we're paying a return on something that the company hasn't invested yet. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, and you're talking about the extra $10? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's fair.
So every year, $11 gets removed from plant and service, or rate pay, whatever. It gets removed from the accounts representing plant into accumulated depreciation once it's reflected through the books, right? As an expense.
It affects rate base in that fashion, yes.
Okay, yeah, so you incur $11 of specific to that asset, $11 of depreciation expense any given year, and that $11 is in the subsequent year reflected in accumulated depreciation. Is that right?
That's right. So it reduces, your rate base is reduced by $11 in the example you were talking about.
Okay, so okay. So then you finally get through year 10, the asset was correctly assumed to have the appropriate life. It actually lasted 10 years. It didn't last any more than 10 years. It had no value. At the end of 10 years, it stopped working. Okay. We'll say it's a major plant account, so it's separately. It's not grouped in with anything else. It's its own plant account, $100. Okay. So the end of year 10, the plant account has a value of $0, right?
The original cost component of that has a value of 0, yes.
$0, okay. Nothing left to depreciate. If it wasn't removed from service, you would continue to depreciate it, but we're gonna remove it from service. And it does cost $10 to remove it from service. Okay. I want to make sure I have an appreciation for the answer that you gave Mr. Bellamy earlier. You're saying at that point, since we didn't replace it, there's no cost of removal that we can push onto or capitalize for the new asset that's replacing it. It's just being removed. That you're saying at that point, accumulated depreciation should be reduced by $10. Is that right?
That the accumulated depreciation will be reduced by $10, which is the cost of removal component. But in the math that you were doing, you were only collecting 10 each year. You should have collected 11 each year, so that at the end, you have 0 as your accumulated
Oh,
depreciation.
yeah, I'm sorry. We were collecting 11 each year. For the $110, 11 a year divided by 10 years, $110. We collected the full $110 through depreciation expense every year. And we earned a return on that $10, right? The full $110. Well, we earned a return on $110 first year. Then we earned a return on 99 the second year, and then 88 the next year, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure I have an appreciation for what's going on with this $10. The asset was fully used. Doesn't work anymore. It cost us $10 to remove it. So sometime in an accounting year, the utility walked in, spent $10 to remove it, and removed it, all within the same accounting year, except they somehow earned a weighted average cost of capital on that $10 over a 10-year period. Is that how it works?
The process that you described is how it works. Again, when you talk about rate base, you're missing the calculation of that $10 that is increasing accumulated depreciation and decreasing rate base each time period. So that's why the full recovery will come out at $110, and the total amount expended will be $110.
Okay.
Because you have to anticipate that $10 at the end of life, which is the cost to retire it, and you recover that through the 10 years that the asset's actually in service and giving a benefit to customers.
I just want a very direct question, though. Do customers pay a return on the cost of removal as if it had been a capital or a cash outlay for the entire life of the asset?
Can you say that again? I'm not sure I'm following your,
I'll ask it differently.
yeah.
Under the proposal you have to include negative net salvage value and coming up with depreciation rates, it reflects the cost of removal over the life of the asset, correct?
That's correct.
Does it do so in the exact same way that it reflects the upfront cost of the asset?
Systematically and rationally, yes, but the total dollar amount in this example would be different by the $10, because you have to advance recover the $10 that you're gonna spend at the end.
And that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah.
By advance recover, that $10 is returned and gets a return exactly the same way as the $100 investment. Would you agree?
Yes,
Just want to make.
because it's the full service value, yes.
In lay term, as much lay terms as we can get when we're talking about depreciation expense and Iowa survivor curves here. Customers are paying a return on an investment that the company will not make for years until they actually remove the value or remove the actual asset. Is that a true statement?
That's a true statement. Again, I think it's important to understand that, and I think it was part of your example, but rate base gets affected in a fashion that discounts the numbers that you're describing so that the return on and return of is equitable over that entire time period. But cost to remove was an end-of-life year, so you have to do some advance recovery of that so that it's equal for every customer each year.
Yeah, but and it's not the problem of it being included in depreciation expense that I'm asking about. It's the problem of it being included in rate base. Is it included in rate base so that it gets a return on each of those 10 years?
When you anticipate, again, as I view rate base, you're going to have depreciation expense of $11 each year, because that's hitting accumulated depreciation. So, and that $11 is reducing the 100 that's on the books.
Okay.
Okay, so it's really $89 of rate base in that first year, at the end of that first year, in the description that you said. So that's why it does get taken care of each particular year. It's not the $99 that you described, it's the $89 in rate base after year one.
That's what I'm trying to make sure of, is does its inclusion in depreciation expense mean that it's also included in the calculation of net investment rate base?
In my opinion, yes, and that's why I was saying it's $89,
You're
not
saying
$99.
but you're saying it's removed each year as accumulated depreciation. I'm asking, does it mean that rate base represents $110 of the value, or only starts at $100 of the value?
Rate base starts at $100 of value, and the overall recovery is the $110. So that's why I'm saying that after year one, rate base is $89, because that $10 doesn't hit, it's just part of the depreciation expense. So you're, again, depreciation expense of $11 a year, not $10, is hitting accumulated depreciation, but the $100 is gross plant, minus the 11, that gives you $89 of rate base after year one, not the 99 that you described.
Right. So you end up, you should, just want to make sure I have an appreciation for how you're advising or recommending this treated. You should end up with that term, I guess, the name says it. You should end up with a negative $10 when that asset is fully depreciated.
At the moment of time before you record that cost of removal, yes, but it's, again, the concept is it happens the same time you make the retirement. So when the retirement of $100 off the books at year 10, the end of year 10, it goes down the same time cost of removal goes down to get you to zero.
Okay. And if you are, similar but different hypothetical, if you are replacing that asset after 10 years, how do you, based on the accounts that you have of Bluegrass, how do you segregate costs of removal related exclusively to the old asset versus those costs of removal, or whatever you would like to deem them, costs of replacement, whatever, that should be necessarily allocated to the new asset? The removal versus the installation of their replacement. How do you, based on the books of Bluegrass, segregate those costs?
Based on my recommendation going forward, the plan is that only the original cost that's recorded will go to 101, which is the plant and service component. And any, the cost of removal for the old asset will go to 108. It won't hit 101. So, which is utility plant and service. It'll go to 108, which is accumulated depreciation. So with proper record keeping and identification of each project, you'll learn that we had $100 sewer gets replaced on original cost, and the $10 of accumulated depreciation or cost removal goes to accumulated depreciation. So that's the segregation in the accounting records, so that it only goes to 108.
Yeah, except the issue becomes, because there was no account, where I take your testimony to be there were not accurate accounting records to the point where you could actually find out whether there were, I know it's your position that they're probably too small, they don't have any, but that they ever considered cost of removal or negative net salvage in depreciating their assets. The company has now capitalized the cost of removal and replacement of the old assets with the new assets in rate base or utility plant and service, capitalized the cost it took to take out the old stuff and put in the new. And you're recommending that the current depreciation rates also include cost of removal for the next set. Is that right?
That's correct, but as part of my analysis in doing what I call an original cost component of the depreciation study, I went through and assessed the value of each of the assets consistent with what the plant value would be, not whether they accrued any on net salvage, because I know they did not. And there was very limited replacement based on the understanding of the assets when we went to look at the assets during field reviews. There was not major changes that you would have seen replacements going forward. So that's why I felt very comfortable with the original cost that we established did not incorporate any cost of removal included in that original cost value, because that was part of the work that I did.
Yeah, but now the company is proposing to recover the cost of the old asset, the removing of the old assets, and the removing of the new assets in today's rates. Would you agree?
Which old assets are you describing? The
The
ones
one,
that,
the ones that were replaced with the new assets, and the cost to do so was capitalized in with those new assets.
no, I wouldn't agree with the way that the study is set up, that that's what's going on. You have assets that are currently in service today, which I don't believe have had any cost of removal component added to the plant dollars. Because what I was describing is they have true plant dollars based on my assessment of doing the system and reviewing the dollars that were on the books that we've put on the books. So going forward, you are not going to be, what's in the depreciation study does not reflect any past cost of removal that would have been part of plant and service. So the next time they go to do a replacement, as of, the study was June 30, 22, so anytime they do a replacement going forward, they're now going to only assign dollars for the new asset will go to plant, removal of the old asset will go to accumulated depreciation. So there's no, as it's usually referenced, any double dipping, no. It's not. That's how the initial movement of the study to prevent that concern.
Okay, so you don't believe, just so I'm clear about this, that any of the fixes, okay, any of the investments that Bluegrass Water has made over the last few years that included the replacement of any assets include capitalized labor?
I believe that includes capitalized labor that relates to the installation of the new asset.
And you are confident, based off your review of the accounting records, that none of that capitalized labor included anything to do with the removal of the previous assets in order to make those improvements?
Obviously, I can't guarantee that, but I feel very comfortable with my assessment of the dollars and how I assigned them to the accounts based on when I went to visit the assets, that the values that I had that were on the books were only plant and service dollars of the existing assets. And they did not include any labor costs that would have been assigned on a capital basis. Those labor costs would have been assigned on an O&M basis and would not be included in a depreciation study.
I get, okay, so let me have an appreciation for your response 2 questions ago. Does the plant and service in this case, do you believe it includes any capitalized labor related to the installation of facilities?
The installation of facilities, yes, because that would be a common value. So yes, I do.
So let's just ask, we'll make up, because I know, I've seen pictures, I know a lot of the different things that Bluegrass has done at these places. So if you had a fence that was falling down, like literally walk right through it type chain link fence, and they paid somebody to come out, tear down the old fence and put in a new chain link fence, you're confident that the cost of tearing down the fence, not included as capitalized labor, but the cost of installing the new fence right behind it was appropriately capitalized as labor for the installation of that property?
And your question is as Bluegrass doing that.
No, I said, are you confident that what you've seen would have properly segregated those two actions for fixing that fence, for removing the old plant and installing the new?
I'm confident with the dollars that I assessed for each account was consistent with what would be a value for just installing the new asset. I can't guarantee that there was any cost assigned to removal going into plant, but my assessment is a contractor goes out and spends $100, okay, and build CSWR, $100 to put in a new fence, okay? And when I go look at that fence, do I view that $100 to be the cost of the new fence to put it in? Or was 90 of it for the cost of the new fence to put in and 10 to remove it? I don't make that distinction of the existing assets. I go out and say, is the value of this fence $100 that should be part of 101, which is plant and service? And yes, I feel comfortable that that was the value of that asset. It doesn't consider whether there was $10 for removal, because I'm not segregating it that way when I'm assessing the true value of the asset initially, which is part of my job in the depreciation study, is to make sure that the values that were on the books were consistent with what they were most likely when they were installed.
But you're proposing to us to include a cost of removal for a number of plant accounts so that customers will be paying depreciation expense, assuming that in the future the distinction between removal and installation can be made, and asking customers to pay on the presumption that the company will make that distinction at the end of the life of the asset, correct?
That is part of the recommendation to the company, is you need to make that distinction going forward in your property records so that every asset from here on out, you establish what was the removal value or cost to retire and what was the installation of that asset.
All right, so I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for your testimony on this fact. You're not saying you don't think the cost to remove previous assets and to install replacement assets was not incurred or capitalized. You're merely saying the resultant total cost is not significantly more or different, or materially more or different than just the cost of installation would have been. Is that right?
That's right. Based on my value of the assets that I went to visit, what I've seen with multiple other wastewater systems, the values that are on the books that are part of original cost include only dollars of material and installation value.
And based off of who you worked closely with at Bluegrass Water to get the information you needed to do your study, all the accounting and who would be the best person that you would recommend that I can ask the question directly of, does and using the hypothetical we had, the fence, did the cost of the removal of the old fence get capitalized the same as the installation of the new fence? What witness would you recommend that I ask those questions to? Let me ask you a different question. I would draw that question. Who's the best person to talk to at Bluegrass Water about that issue that you've dealt with?
Well, my primary contact for most of my work was Brent Ties. So I would say Theis, I believe, or IES. But again, many of those questions were things that I learned when walking around with the operational folks as to what they did, and then how that gets translated on the accounting side. I think the individual I recommended would be most appropriate to ask.
Yeah, and I get your response. I mean, you had one, and I'm going blank on the name, you had one that needed a fence around the entire area. It had no fence, put in a fence. There was no fence there was no railing, railing needed to go around it. There was no railing to begin with, therefore there's no cost of removal, right? But if there was a fence, I know you're a professional at this, you gotta say that out loud. You gotta say yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I had the nod, but you gotta say it. So if there's no fence, if there's no railing to remove, that's great. But if there was a fence there, the fence got taken down, and then a new fence got put back up, the cost of removing that previous fence is either O&M or it's capitalized in the value of the new asset. Would you agree?
Yes, that's true. I think there's a little bit of a distinction of whether the previous owner did it or whether Bluegrass did it, but yes.
Did which? Removed it?
Yes.
Okay.
What I'm telling you is if the original owner did it, there's very little, very, very little chance that any segregation of those costs were recorded.
All right.
And that's why I value the dollars based on my review of them.
Okay. Mr. Herrick?
No questions. We'd ask that Mr. Spanos be excused, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Objection. Thank you, Mr. Spanos.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a short recess. Let's come back at, let's come back at 10:40. Take a recess until 10:40. we've turned off the go-to-meeting that we have that provides for the share, because I took from council that nobody was interested in. All right, we're back on the record in case number. Oh, it's fine. Whenever I say go, just go ahead and, even if we get on the record and I'm talking, it's okay.
You're on, sir.
All right, we're back on the record in case number 2022-00432. Mr. Depp?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Watkins. Well,
Oh.
I won't swear.
You want to call him? I just didn't know if you'd called him yet.
Sorry.
So. Would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, sir, I'm going to call Quentin Watkins.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and business address for the record.
My name is Quentin Watkins. My business address is 2626 Glenwood Avenue, Suite 480, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27608.
Mr. Depp?
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Watkins. Can you state your employer and your title, please?
Sure, my employer is Scott Madden, Inc., and my title is Energy Benchmarking Manager.
Thank you. And did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
I did.
Thank you. And did you sponsor any data requests in this case?
No.
And if we were to ask you the questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers remain the same?
It would.
Thank you. Do you adopt that testimony as your own here today?
I do.
Witness available for cross-round.
Mr. Watkins, I'm going to have to ask a favor of you. There's a microphone in front of you. I would pull it as close to you as you can. By virtue of the surrounding wall that you have there, however loud you think you need to be about 30% louder. It's going to feel like you're yelling, but that's going to be the appropriate level that we need you to speak up this morning.
Understood.
All right, thank you. Mr. West?
No questions.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
Mr. Bellamy?
Yes, just a few questions. Mr. Watkins, could you turn to like page 3 of your testimony? I'm just looking at that table, or starting on line 3, or I'm sorry, line 4. These positions, their locations are shown below. Or I'm sorry, it says Steve Madden and Bluegrass Water identified 8 employee positions that were determined to be relevant in scope for the wage and benefit study. These positions and their locations are shown on table 1 below, and then it lists 8 positions. Is it your understanding that those 8 positions do not encompass all of the positions that CSWR employs? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I guess my question is, why was it determined that only those 8 positions were relevant in scope for the wage and benefit study?
So the determination of the 8 in-scope positions was made based on 2 considerations. One was positions which had regular in-state responsibilities as part of their job duties. And the second was positions that had regular administrative work for Kentucky as part of their regular duties. And those 8 positions were identified as meeting those criteria, one or both of those criteria.
So regular in-state duties related to the Kentucky utilities and regular administrative duties related to the Kentucky utilities?
Precisely.
What is regular in-state duties with respect to the Kentucky utilities? What does that mean to you?
It would mean that those positions have some responsibility for being, for operational responsibility within the state, within Kentucky, as part of their job duties.
And then what about regular administrative duties with respect to the Kentucky utilities? What does that mean to you?
I think it would mean that there was a substantive portion of their job responsibilities that was dedicated to Kentucky, but it was only a subset of their entire responsibilities.
what is your understanding of which employees, let me rephrase that. How many employees of CSWR fit into the 8 categories that you've looked at?
How many employees fit into those 8 categories?
Yes.
I believe it's just eight positions.
Oh, so it's literally just one person in each of those positions?
That is my understanding.
Okay. So you looked at the wage and benefits for 8 employees. Do you know how many employees CSWR has?
I don't off the top of my head, sir.
Do you know whether or not the costs associated with any of the other employees are included in the expenses that are passed on to Kentucky ratepayers?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Do you know whether or not the compensation for any employees other than those 8 are passed along to Kentucky ratepayers?
I do not have visibility into that.
Okay. I guess, did you ask that question, though, when you were determining what positions would be relevant in scope to the wage and benefit study?
Certainly, we talked about the fact that there were various positions which may have allocated expenses to the Kentucky operations. We did not get into the specifics of the portions of each.
Was there, but I guess, as far as relevant with respect to Kentucky operations, do you not think that, to the extent that Kentucky ratepayers are paying a portion of a person's compensation, that their compensation would then therefore be relevant to Kentucky operations?
I would not argue that they would be irrelevant. They just simply were not identified as being in scope for the purpose of this study.
Okay. Looking here at page 3 of your testimony, kind of starting at line 13. So, for the base compensation analysis, 2 private compensation analysis tools were used, as discussed below, supplemented with public data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Could you just kind of describe for me the Bureau of Labor Statistics data and why you rely on that?
Sure. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics data that was referenced and used in the study was the employer contribution to employee compensation data set, and it outlines what the typical portion of compensation represented by both base pay and health and retirement benefits.
Okay. With respect to healthcare benefits, what is the typical, I guess, percentage employer contribution for healthcare benefits based on the Bureau of Labor Statistics data?
I believe the latest numbers are somewhere in the ballpark of 78%, and that's been fairly consistent over time.
And is that private companies?
It is.
Could you look at, I apologize, let me see. I believe it's page 6 of your report. I apologize, it's page 9, I'm sorry. At the bottom, it sort of talks about employer-employee contributions to healthcare plans. And you did I guess, a survey of 6 other companies along with Bluegrass and asked them a number of questions, including the employer-employee contributions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the percentage for the other companies that responded as far as the employer versus employee contribution for health insurance benefits?
It's represented in the table. I'd have to do the calculations to get a percentage of. At the bottom of page 9.
Yes, I see that. I didn't know if you knew what the percentage you calculated, but you don't have it calculated.
Just not off the top of my head.
Okay. What about, and I can see Bluegrass down there, it looks to be about 1%, is that correct? Employees contribute about 1% to health insurance payments, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is substantially lower than the other companies that responded to your questions, is that correct?
The 1%?
Yes.
Yes.
And that is lower than the Bureau of Labor Statistics information that you looked at as well, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that that's typical, the 1% employee contribution on the healthcare benefits?
I think what's typical is the 22% or the inverse of the 78% that the employers pay per the BLS statistics.
Okay. Looking at page 5 of your report, you've got table 4 there, and then above table 4 you have, there's several like bullet points with blue squares. It says 3% or 3 positions are more than 10% below the market pay midpoint. 5 positions were within plus or minus 10% of the midpoint. And I may have just answered my own question because I might have misread that. I thought it was 5%, or I thought it was 5 positions or 10% above. Is table 4 reflecting those same percentages that you're talking about there?
When you say same percentages?
3% that are 10% below, and then 5 that are within plus or minus 10%?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I was misreading that and was confused about that. On page 6 of your report, these are questions indicate the types of pay plans applicable, and you have grades, no steps, grade and step, no ranges. Were these questions designed to elicit, I guess, responses about the company's practices with respect to giving raises?
That's precisely correct. The questions were designed to get an understanding of pay practices by similar peer utilities.
Okay. And I guess within those similar utilities, what were the pay practices with respect to raises? What would you expect to be a typical pay increase for employees of the peer companies?
A typical pay increase?
Yeah, for instance, an annual, say 2%, 3%. Was there any information provided of that manner?
There was, if you'll reference page 7.
Okay.
We asked for folks to provide to us their pay increases from 2020 to 2022.
And again, if you look at the peer companies, I'm not going to ask you to average it, but it looks like they're anywhere from 0, with one exception, they're 0 to 3%, and then there's one exception that's higher, and then I think Bluegrass is the highest with respect to pay increases. Would you agree with that?
I would caveat that with the fact that the survey was conducted in middle of 2022, and inflation really hit its peak in July of that year at 9.1%. And so I think what you see is that many firms in all industries are reconsidering pay raises to account for that and to, including my own firm, to help folks catch up with inflation. So I think that was only beginning to be reflected in folks' plans for pay increases at that time.
Do you have any idea what has been reflected with respect to Bluegrass Water since that time? Like, did they reflect their pay increases earlier, or was that they were giving pay increases and now have done additional pay increases in addition to that?
We updated that data for Bluegrass as of this year, and that's where the 8% came from.
The 8% came from 20, when did the 8% for Bluegrass come from?
It was an actual pay increase as reported this year. Or actual pay increase for 2022.
Okay. And
Whereas at the time, sorry, apologies, at the time, the 2022 number, mid-2022, was simply a planned increase for the other participants in the survey.
okay, so
Does that make sense?
they plan to have an increase of 2 to 3%. Okay.
Correct. Or to up to 7, but yes.
Do you have any, did you look at, I guess, past pay increases for Bluegrass Water in previous years?
Not before 2020.
Okay. You did look at 2020? Okay. I apologize, I missed that. Do these pay increases reflect all employees or just the 8 selected positions?
It is my understanding that it represents all employees.
Did you look at whether the pay increases were, because is that an average pay increase? Like, is that, say, for the 6% for 2020, is that based on, we're gonna take all these people's pay in this, and say it's like $1 million and it went up to, $1,060,000, or, is that how the 6% was done? Or, I guess if you could explain that maybe.
Sure. You could see exactly how the question was phrased just above that table. But it was, we're talking about a voluntary survey of about 30 questions that we shopped among similar peer utilities that we have relationships with. So we did not scrutinize beyond what you see phrased there as the question and the answers that were provided.
So you don't know how it was done specifically?
I know that these were the answers that were provided to us.
What about for Bluegrass? Do you know how Bluegrass's was calculated?
I don't.
So they just gave you the 6% and you just left it at that?
For 2020, correct.
Okay. And for 2021 also?
2021 was 3%.
Well, I know, they gave you the 3% and you just left it at that. You didn't see any of the background information, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, was it different for 2022? I'm only asking because you said for 2021 too, or for 2020, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
What, was it different for 2022? Did they just give you the 8%, or did they give you the actual information at the end of the year and you then calculated the 8%?
No, I did not calculate the number on my own. It was provided by the company.
Did you use any other information to look at pay increases over the last several years, other than this survey?
No.
Based on your experience, what has been a typical pay raise, in 2021 and 2020?
In 2021 and 2020?
What would have been a typical pay increase that you would have seen for, say, a utility in 2020, based on your experience?
2 to 5%. Just based on my experience, that's not a scientific or statistically based.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Watkins. How are you
Good
doing? Are there any Kentucky employees?
In the 8 positions?
Right.
No, there are not.
Okay. And I understand that your study concluded or compared St. Louis wages, rates, benefits, things like that, and found that they were similar to Lexington and Louisville.
We did. So at the outset of the study, we looked at the St. Louis Fed has a product called the FRED, capital F-R-E-D, that provides a cost of living calculator. And if we looked at the cost of living for Louisville as compared to either, or for St. Louis as compared to either Louisville or Lexington, they were virtually indistinguishable, less than 1% difference.
And you stated in your testimony, I think page 5, that salaries and pay practices, retirement benefits were all reasonable, competitive, and comparable to local, state, and regional averages.
Yes, ma'am.
But I can't find where Bluegrass Water operates in either Fayette County, where Lexington is located, or Jefferson County, where Louisville is located. Did you look at the wages and retirement benefits for counties where Bluegrass operates, such as Bullitt, Shelby, Madison, Hardin, Scott, Franklin, Marshall, McCracken, Oldham, Callaway, Graves, Garrett, Jessamine, and Campbell counties?
We did. So the conclusions of the report include the analysis, are based upon the analysis of the positions where they are located, where they reside. We did, however, also price all of those positions in the Louisville.
The same in Louisville and St. Louis as they would in Graves County.
I don't know about Grays County, but certainly the Louisville and Lexington metro areas, and arguably the corridor in between them.
So I thought I understood you to say a minute ago when I asked you whether you looked at wages in all those counties that you've had.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking if we had looked at those positions in Kentucky, and we did in the Lexington and Louisville metro areas.
But you did not look at those positions in the areas where Bluegrass Water operates.
No, we didn't. What we've found, particularly with the salary analysis tools that we have, is that the sample sizes tend to get small as we go into smaller areas. The sample sizes were very robust in the St. Louis and Louisville and Lexington metro areas, less so in the surrounding areas.
So it would not have been possible to do it in those smaller counties?
I don't know because we haven't looked.
Why is that?
Our understanding was that the operations for the company in the state, in Kentucky, are largely in the Louisville to Lexington corridor, and that's where we focused our analysis.
In the corridor? Is that the word you just used, corridor, Louisville,
is.
Lexington corridor?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Good morning, Mr. Watkins. I want to go back to table 5 and the pay range increases.
Mhm.
And you're saying in 2020, it was a 6% increase, 2021 a 3% increase, and 2022 an 8% increase.
Correct.
But there's no data to show how that was calculated?
No, ma'am.
And the data that you looked at was the Louisville and Lexington corridor, but not, in comparison to the St. Louis metro area? But you did not look at anything in the surrounding counties? Is that a fair statement?
To be clear, the analysis was based upon the positions being priced and analyzed in the market where they reside, which is St. Louis. In the background,
Okay,
at the outset of
Would it surprise you that in the surrounding counties of Lexington and Louisville, those would not be the same salaries as the metro area in St. Louis? That it's about a 10% higher pay in St. Louis than it is in the surrounding counties here?
I don't know because I haven't looked into it.
So if you're providing a survey, wouldn't it be better to get all of that data? So it would be an apples to apples comparison?
All of which data?
Well, of all the data, if the salaries haven't been compared to locations here in the surrounding counties, and we don't have any data for the calculations for the increases. You're just taking the company at their word with what they gave you, but you haven't done any analysis. Is that a fair statement?
I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that we took what the company provided to us in terms of their pay increases, and the analysis was based upon the in-scope positions being priced and analyzed within the market where they reside, which is St. Louis. And we also considered the comparison from St. Louis to the Lexington and Louisville areas. The surrounding counties, we did not look at.
Okay, thank you.
I'm still trying to have an appreciation, Mr. Watkins. You have a very short testimony, so it's very unsurprising that you're getting asked a lot of the same questions of the same issue, but you said that Lexington, Fayette, and Louisville, Jefferson County MSAs are less than a 1% difference in the cost of living as related to St. Louis using the St. Louis Fed's FRED. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Have you seen a map of the location of Bluegrass water facilities within the state of Kentucky?
I don't believe that I have.
How did you come to the conclusion that that Bluegrass Water's operations in Kentucky are primarily located in or near the corridor that connects Lexington and Louisville?
That's the information that was provided by the company.
Okay. Is it safe to say you have no idea where Bluegrass operations are located in the state of Kentucky?
I'm not sure I'd necessarily agree with that.
Okay, well, what part of do you have any idea?
I have an idea of what the company provided to me.
Right, but that's, you have an idea of what the company provided you. That's not an idea of the actual location of the facility. Would you agree? You have an idea where Canada is because you've seen a map. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody told you where Canada was, you'd have an idea of where somebody told you Canada was. Would you agree?
Yes.
So you would agree that you have an idea of where Bluegrass told you that they have operations in Kentucky. Accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the MSAs just for a second, just so I have an appreciation. MSAs are like statistical determinations given the proximity to a particular city. Would you
Correct.
agree?
It's defined by the BLS.
Yeah. So it could be a particularly, I say this, the density depends on BLS determinations. Is that right? Like it may be a 1 county away kind of thing, or it may be a 5 county away can technically be part of an MSA. Would you agree?
I don't know how the BLS determines the specific boundaries of an MSA.
Right. So Lexington, Fayette, and Louisville, Jefferson County MSAs, Jefferson County may just be Jefferson County, and it may be all the way here to Frankfort. We don't know that, correct?
Can you say that one more time?
Okay. The Jefferson County MSA, as determined by the Bureau of Labor and Statistics,
Right.
could be the MSA for Louisville, Jefferson County, could just be Jefferson County. Or it could be Jefferson County extended through Shelby County over into Franklin County. Or not Franklin County. Yeah, Franklin County, right?
In theory, it could be,
Good.
sure.
It could. We don't have that in the record necessarily.
Correct.
Is what I'm asking. Okay. But you gave us a link in your testimony to the Fred website, right? Where the St. Louis Fed does this. Would you
Yes.
agree? Okay. Are you aware of the Federal Reserve System generally?
I am.
Okay, and do you know if it's possible for a state to be in multiple Federal Reserve areas?
I actually don't know.
Okay, would it surprise you to find out that portions of central and western Kentucky are in the St. Louis Fed area, and other portions of central and eastern Kentucky are in the Cincinnati Fed area?
Very well.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get to is, there are regional variations that provide data inputs. Are you generally aware of the website above, any other portion of the website for that link that you sent, other than the cost of living calculator?
I am.
Okay. And there is a portion of that website that specifically provides a RPP indices. You aware of that? It's a bar, it's a distribution of states that provide the regional price parities. The distribution of the states relative to the average national RPP in 2018.
I'm familiar with the metric.
Okay. Would it surprise you to find out that Kentucky has the 5th lowest regional price parity?
It would not.
Would it surprise you, given what you know about Bluegrass Water and the operations and the facilities that it's bought, that many of those facilities would actually be in metropolitan areas?
That many of them would be.
Would it surprise you if they were in metropolitan areas?
It is my understanding that some of them are near metropolitan areas and others are less so.
Okay, great. So if some of them are not in metropolitan areas, I take it from your answer that you're under the understanding that some of them are not
Correct.
in metropolitan areas. Is it reasonable to assume that they, for purposes of your study, that they are in metropolitan areas?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, just one question in terms of the meaning of metropolitan
I
area.
know,
I didn't
he
know if
used
you
the
were-
word, so
Correct. I didn't know if you were ascribing a definition or were asking the witness.
I mean, metropolitan is literally the first word in MSA, and it's the basis of his testimony. So I'm not trying to trip him up in the definition of metropolitan, but he's using metropolitan statistical areas as defined by the BLS as the basis for the comparison to Lexington and Louisville. I don't think I'm trying to trip him up by using the word metropolitan.
Okay, that's the clarity I was looking for.
Okay.
Can you please repeat the question?
Oh, yeah. You state that you're understanding that some of the areas served are in metropolitan areas and some of them are not. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the distribution other than what Bluegrass has provided you?
I don't.
Okay. You have a better idea of what you're trying to convey in your testimony by comparing the St. Louis MSA to the Lexington and Louisville MSA than I do. So let me ask the question, giving your understanding of what you were intending to convey to the commission, if there were other MSAs that either were exclusively in Kentucky or also included areas of Kentucky that were provided, that Bluegrass does provide service, would it also be reasonable using that same cost of living calculator to compare those areas, to compare to your analyses?
It would, assuming that there was a significant portion of the sample that we're talking about, the 8 positions that was located there.
Okay, have you ever heard of the city of Owensboro, Kentucky?
I have.
Okay. Would you be surprised if Owensboro, Kentucky was one of the places where the St. Louis Fed asks you, where do you want to live, to compare to the cost of St. Louis?
I had not considered it, no.
Okay. Do you know whether Bluegrass has any facilities in Davis County?
I don't.
Okay, that's good. How about the city of Paducah? Do you know whether in McCracken County or the surrounding area, Bluegrass Water has any facilities there?
I do not.
You do or do not? I'm
I
sorry.
do not.
So Bluegrass Water, I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for your testimony. Bluegrass Water has no employees, is that right?
They have no employees located in Kentucky.
Okay, how many employees does Bluegrass Water have?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Who is the employer of the positions that you studied?
It is my understanding that they are ultimately employed by Central States Water Resources.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to, but they're not, so you have an appreciation for corporate structures, right? That they're subsidiaries and here there are multiple LLCs and everything. Do you know whether Bluegrass Water has, the utility that we regulate, has employees on their books as employees?
I don't recall.
Okay, but the employer of the positions that you studied is not Bluegrass Water, is that right? Well, I just directly ask it again. Who is the employer of the positions that you studied?
Ultimately, it is Central States Water Resources.
Okay, but do you know, like, if there's a terminations, like who is that? Okay, let me ask it this way. Is the purpose of your study to say, if Bluegrass Water employed these people in these positions within the state of Kentucky, or this portion of your testimony, let me withdraw that. Is this portion of your testimony, where you're comparing Lexington and Louisville MSAs, to say that if Bluegrass Water had employees that did these very specific jobs, and they were located in Kentucky, Bluegrass Water tells me they would live in the Lexington or Louisville corridor, and what they're being paid now is fairly representative of what I suspect they would be paid if they lived in the Lexington-Louisville corridor and worked for Bluegrass. Is that primarily the basis of that portion of your testimony? Is that what you're trying to convey?
Can you try that one more time?
Okay. It's my understanding, and I'm happy for a witness to tell me differently, that Bluegrass Water doesn't have employees. Okay. And probably the company, got to go up probably 3 holding companies to get to the point where somebody is actually an employee. That's my understanding. So I'm happy for counsel to redirect to some other witness to tell me I'm wrong. Given that that's the case, you looked at people at Central States who are employed or at some other company above them who do these 8 tasks and are being paid something for something that looks like these 8 tasks.
Correct.
And the purpose of your testimony on page 4, the second half, when you start bringing Lexington and Louisville into the conversation, is to say, if these people who don't work for Bluegrass did work for Bluegrass or did these tasks within the Commonwealth of Kentucky and did those tasks in the Lexington or Louisville MSAs, they would be paid about the same as Bluegrass is currently paying these people in St. Louis.
With the caveat that I wouldn't describe it as tasks, I would describe them as positions, which would be collection of responsibilities. But yes, that's the gist of the argument.
Other than management's choices, do you have any reason to believe, based on all the studies that you do, that these tasks, positions, and I think I know the answer by virtue of how you did the testimony, that these positions could not be filled in Lexington or Louisville?
So the question is,
Could they not, they can and are filled in St. Louis,
correct?
You just compared the price calculator to regular cost of living calculator. My question is, are these positions that are fillable, let me ask it this way. Do you have any reason to believe that these positions could not be filled in the Lexington or Louisville markets?
No,
There are, just stated differently, you believe there are probably people doing these jobs in Lexington and Louisville?
I think it's more likely than not, yes, sir.
Okay. How about Owensboro?
I don't know.
If a city is big enough to be on that cost of living calculator, would you have an expectation, given the general nature of these 8 positions, that there would be some sort of liquidity in people to fill these types of positions?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony on page 4 and 5, this was the basis for my question a second ago. The secondary benefit, or the secondary purpose of that comparison to the St. Louis market or the cost of living calculator to Lexington and Louisville was to provide a comparable wage and benefit information for, I'll just read the full item here, and I'm asking about the second one. So, a review of information from the St. Louis market where the CSWR employees are located not only provides an analysis for the purposes of determining whether CSWR's wages and benefits are comparable to those entities with whom it directly competes for high-quality employees in the St. Louis market, but it also provides comparable wage and benefit information for employers in the Kentucky markets where Bluegrass Water predominantly operates. It's that latter that was the basis of my question. That was the primary purpose of that second comparison to the Lexington and Louisville MSAs, right?
I understand.
And so, if I was to tell you that hypothetically, if 15 to 16 of the systems that Bluegrass Water owned were outside of that MSA, let's say 12 of them were outside of that MSA, and 12 of them were within that MSA, would you agree that the Lexington and Louisville corridor is not the predominant, the Lexington and Louisville corridor is not the predominant market in which Bluegrass Water operates in Kentucky? If half are way outside of those MSAs, would you agree that that's not the predominant market?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah, I'm just asking, I'm focusing on your word predominant, and it's based off your understanding of where, we got that earlier, Bluegrass told you where they operate. But if that wasn't actually the case, like if that was just an objective fact, that only half of the operations were in that corridor, however defined by you or Bluegrass when they told you, would you agree that that would not be the predominant, this is your words now, the area in which Bluegrass Water predominantly operates?
Yes.
Okay.
I would add, though, that if we're talking about differences, if you say 10% wages between the MSAs that we're discussing, Louisville and Lexington, and the outlying areas, I would argue that, taking a step back, that it does not invalidate the conclusions of the report and testimony, which say that the wages and benefits are competitive.
Well, so that was going to be the other, let's just say Owensboro is on that cost of living calculator. And $50,000 in St. Louis gets you $55,000 in Owensboro. That's what you're specifically saying in that response, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. 10% is not unreasonable?
No.
So if Bluegrass Water was paying 10% below the median and below the average for the St. Louis market, you would deem that to be reasonable?
Can you try that one more time?
Okay. If Bluegrass Waters wages and total compensation compared to the rest of the St. Louis area for those identified positions,
Right.
if they were paying 10% less than both the median and the average, are you saying that that would still be considered reasonable compensation?
No, I would define reasonable as being within plus or minus 10% of the market midpoint. So if it was below 10%, I would argue that that would be below a competitive level of
Yeah, so I
compensation.
said 10%, so I guess I'm trying to understand why the answer to my question is not yes if I said 10%. 10% of the average and the median, 10% below the average and the median. That is your idea of the collar of reasonable, is that right?
That is the collar of reasonableness, yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Depp?
One moment, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions, please. Mr. Watkins, I don't want you to guess at this. I don't know if you know the answer or not, but do you know, just as a measure of CSWR as a whole, what percentage of that company, Bluegrass Water, typically constitutes, whether it's high or low percentage of the CSWR family of companies?
I wouldn't want to speculate. I don't know.
Did you have any occasion in the course of performing your study to make a recommendation that the company decentralize its employees into remote markets from St. Louis?
That was not in the purview of the scope of the study.
And so does that mean then that you perceive the company as recruiting in the St. Louis market?
I do.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Would you like Mr. Watkins to be excused, or would you like him to hang around?
If we could excuse him, I think that would be beneficial.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Mr. Depp?
Mr. Chairman, the company called Josiah Cox. Do we want to start that now, or do we want to take lunch?
We'll just go ahead and start it now. We'll go to 12, and if Mr. Cox is still on there, we can come back after lunch. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Start getting situated here. My name is Josiah Cox. I'm the president of CSWR LLC. My business address is 1630 DePere Road, Suite 140, St. Louis, Missouri.
Mr. Depp?
Thank you. I was going to ask you your title, but you've just given that, so we'll skip that. Mr. Cox, did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
I did.
And did you sponsor any data request responses in this case?
I did.
Thank you. And do you have any additions or corrections to either of the testimony or the data request responses?
I do. I have one correction.
And what is that?
If you go to page 3 of my direct testimony, on line 4, after the ending of that run-on sentence, it should say, I was, scratch out, still act as.
Page 3, line 4, the beginning of the sentence that starts halfway across there should read, I was the administrator of this system.
Correct.
Thank you. And other than that correction, if we were to ask you the same questions in your testimony or the data request responses today, would your answers remain the same?
They would.
Do you adopt the testimony and those data request responses as your own today?
I do.
Thank you. Witness available for cross.
Okay. Before we do that, Mr. Depp, I'd ask, if you haven't already, and I didn't see that in the record necessarily, maybe it has been updated, but if you could provide us an errata, and frankly, you could do it in an errata form where you literally show this line marked, but if you could do it in a markup or whatever word calls
Black line,
it,
red
strike
line,
through, red line, that would be great. If you could supplement the record with that, so that it's easier for us to tell exactly where the edit was.
We will do that next week.
Thank you. All right, Mr. West?
Yes. How you doing, Mr. Cox?
We'll see.
I want to start out talking about this issue with U.S. Water that we've gotten at in Discovery. Can you generally describe the corporate structure of Bluegrass and the entities above it?
Yeah, absolutely. So Bluegrass Water is a subsidiary of CSWR LLC, which is a subsidiary, a wholly owned subsidiary of U.S. Water Systems LLC. And there's a holding company in the middle, some other things, but you know.
Can I approach the witness, sir?
You may.
Sir. Do you know what this document is?
Yes, it's the corporate entity organizational chart.
Is that the organizational chart that was filed in this case?
Yes,
Okay. And does it generally provide the structure that you described?
it does. From my perspective, Bluegrass, those are, you know, filed as a single tax entity, so yes.
Just to clarify how I understood you to answer that question previously, is U.S. Water LLC the parent of CSWR LLC?
That is correct.
Does CSWR provide funding to Bluegrass?
It does.
Who provides funding to CSWR?
U.S. Water Systems LLC.
What is U.S. Water Systems LLC? Let me strike that. You said U.S. Water Systems LLC. This chart says U.S. Water LLC. Can you explain the difference?
I think we just shortened U.S. Water Systems LLC here to U.S. Water LLC.
And I believe at one time in some of the filings in this case, U.S. Water LLC was described as an investor in CSWR. Would that be inaccurate? Would they be more accurately characterized as an owner?
We view them as an investor. My board sits at the Central States Water Resources, Inc. level, so, but they are the ultimate owner, so correct.
Okay. Specifically, what documents define the relationship between U.S. Water Systems LLC and CSWR LLC?
The corporate documentation for CSWR LLC.
But what documents define the relationship between them? Are there ownership documents, contracts?
It's the LLC agreement.
Okay. The LLC agreement for articles for CSWR define that U.S. Water Systems is its owner, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. What is your personal role with U.S. Water Systems LLC? Are you a director or
I am not.
are you an officer?
I am not.
And what is your role with CSWR LLC?
So I'm the president of CSWR LLC.
Are you, okay. What's your role with Central States Water Resources, Inc.?
I'm a board member on Central States Water Resources, Inc.
Okay. Let me show you another document, if I can approach.
Would you like to mark the first one, or you're
Yeah,
fine with the exhibit?
I would request that you made AG Hearing 1. Can you identify what this document is that I just handed you?
It's the Central States Water Resources Corporate Entity Org Chart.
Subject to check, would you agree that this was the organizational chart that was filed with the last rate case, the 2020-290 rate case?
Subject check, yes.
Okay. What are the differences between this document and the organizational chart that we just reviewed from the current rate case?
You know, I'm glad you caught that. It looks like there's a mistake on the bar that goes, that bar for Central States Water Resources, Inc. should go to CSWR LLC, it should not go to U.S. Water Systems LLC.
Can you say that again? I don't
Yeah,
know that-
the first chart that the AG put in front of me, the Central States Water Resources Corporate Entity Organizational Chart, you see that Central States Water Resources, Inc. has a line, a bar going to U.S. Waters, which is U.S. Water Systems LLC. That's an inadvertent mistake. That bar should be at CSWR LLC.
Mr.
A
West.
typo there, apologize.
With that correction, what are the differences between the organizational chart from this rate case and the organizational chart from the previous rate case?
My cursory would just say the expansion of the companies. We enter more states, so more operating companies.
Is there a notation on this organizational chart from 2020-290 indicating the involvement of U.S. Water LLC?
I'm sorry, which document you're referring to?
The 2020-290 organizational chart?
It just says Exhibit 3, so you're talking about the newer one or the older one?
I'm talking, the one with 2020-290 has the case number listed on it at the top.
Okay, 2020-0029? So-
Yes.
Okay, yes, I see it there, thank you.
Does that organizational chart list the involvement of U.S. Water LLC?
It does not.
I would request that this be made AG here in Exhibit 2.
It's the one from 2019-104?
No, actually.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Since this doesn't have any titles or anything on, I'm going to represent to you that this is the organizational chart from the company's filing in 2022-216. Subject to check, would you agree that that's the case?
Yes, sir, can I write it down here so you're gonna refer back to it? What'd you say?
2020-216?
2022-16.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. West, that's the CPCN for
It's the
the,
site visit waiver, CPCN. Yeah.
Just to be clear, 2022-00016?
Yes.
Okay.
00216.
260.
Yeah. So basically, I would just like you to compare this organizational chart to the two previous ones that we discussed. And indicate if there are any differences.
Again, I think you see the progression of the company as it's grown.
At the CSWR, Central States Water Resources, U.S. water level, are there any differences?
Besides the typo, I said there's no differences.
Okay. And the typo you're indicating is that Central States Water Resources, Inc. should be connected to U.S. Water as opposed to CSWR.
The opposite. Central States Water Resources, Inc. should be connected to CSWR LLC.
Okay, so you're indicating basically that the 2022-216 organizational chart is the accurate one.
That is correct.
Between the 2020-290 rate case, the previous rate case, and this rate case, to the best of your knowledge, did the company file any application with the commission supporting change in ownership or transfer?
No.
Those are my only questions.
Mr. Spinard?
Yes, I have a few. Hello, Mr. Cox, how are you today?
This is,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Fantastic. If there's any issues in hearing me, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't understand the question, just let me know and we'll work through that. Also, this is a very large record in this case, so if you need a second to get to something, just let me know and we'll work with you. And
Mr. Spinard, I'm sorry, before you start, Ernest, would you like to mark this as I just want to be tidy over here. Would you like to mark this as AG Hearing Exhibit 3?
I would, Chairman.
Sorry, please proceed. Mr.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not going to ask you for any legal opinions. When I'm asking you for a statement, it's just to the best of your knowledge and your capacity for your lay opinion, no legal opinions, okay?
Understood?
All right. Now, your testimony is included as Exhibit 2 that was filed with the application tendered on February 27, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to just ask in general terms, but I looked on at least pages 8 and 14 of that testimony, you indicate that Bluegrass Water seeks to unify or consolidate its rates statewide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And as it states on page 4 of your testimony, you also testified in front of this commission in case number 2020-290. Is that correct?
Yes, I see that correct.
Okay, and that's the company's most recent rate adjustment case.
That is correct.
Okay. And in this case, and there are a lot of material in it, in response to commission staff's 4th request for information, item 1, Bluegrass Water supplied an exhibit that contains, among other things, the letter of intent for the purchase of the Delaplane Disposal Company. Is that accurate? Is that ringing any bells?
That sounds correct.
Okay, and also with regard to that same exhibit, there is the purchase and sales agreement between Central States Water Resources, Inc. and Delaplane Disposal Company. Is that your understanding?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And finally, and I hope to jump around as little as possible, there was, in response to commission staff's 3rd request for information, item 8, Bluegrass supplied an exhibit, PSC 3-8, which includes, among other things, an appraisal report for the Delaplane Disposal Company. Is that, and I know this is a large record, is that?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Now, in terms of the case number 2020-297, and that was styled Electronic Proposed Acquisition by Bluegrass Water Utility Operating Company, LLC, and the transfer of ownership and control of the assets by Delaplane Disposal Company, Harrington Haven Wastewater Company, Inc., Springcrest Sewer Company, Inc., and Woodland Acres Utilities, LLC. You testified in that case as well, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And in fact, in case number 2020-297, did you file a verification in support of the joint application, if you remember?
I believe I did.
Okay. So let's step back to the response. This is the letter of intent for the purchase of the Delaplane system. Do you know the date upon which that letter of intent was executed by the president of Delaplane? And again, this is, I don't try not trying to be unfair to you because this is a large record, but do you know the date offhand of the letter of intent for that system?
I do not.
Okay. Well, I'm going to turn to it, and we always use this phrase, subject to check. But I have in the record, in the response, that letter of intent is dated July 16, 2019. And the agreement with regard to the Delaplane disposal system was signed by the president of that company on July 16, 2019. Is that will you accept that subject to check?
Yes, subject to check.
Okay. And then when we look at the actual agreement that's in the purchase and sell agreement and the same response, that's dated August 23rd, 2019. Will you accept that one subject to check?
Yes, subject to check.
And then in that one, you signed as buyer, on the signature line for the buyer, Central States Water Resources, Inc., a Missouri corporation by Josiah M. Cox, President. Is that your understanding of how you signed that purchase and sale agreement?
Yeah, subject to check, yes.
Okay. And in terms of, and this is going back to the exhibits that we just had handed out, in terms of the history of Bluegrass Water Operating Utility Company, LLC, is it correct that the Delaplane Disposal Company was not the first utility purchase and sale agreement in Kentucky by or on behalf of Bluegrass Water?
That is correct. We have standard contracts that are used across the company, across the country. And then those standard contracts they're converted to the individual states. So they're assigned to the state operating company as we approach an acquisition case.
Okay. And with regard to the valuation, we talked about it a minute ago, that was supplied in response to PSC third request for information, item 8. It's a very large response. Valbridge Property Advisors, is it your understanding that Valbridge Property Advisors submitted that appraisal report?
Yes.
Okay, and the date of that report was in the record at PDF page 111 of 327. The date of that report was August 12th, 2019. Will you accept that one?
Yes.
So in terms of the sequence of events, there was a letter of intent with regard to Delaplane Disposal System that was signed or executed or formalized or whatever common phraseology we want to use. That was on July 16, 2019, and then there was an appraisal report that was prepared for Central States Water Resources, and the date of that report is August 12, 2019, and then there was the purchase and sale agreement, and the date of that is August 23rd, 2019. Does that timeline sound right?
Yeah, and that's very typical of how we do contracts. So when we meet an owner, Delaplane's a great example. So they think Delaplane System's in distress. In fact, there's a moratorium of building that's been issued in that community. We go meet these owners, right? So the owners, they have views of what their system's worth. They've not got their books in neighborhood accounting. Our first offer for these distressed systems is $1, right? This is where we begin the negotiations with these owners. And then we work our way towards the lowest price we can purchase the system for.
Okay.
And then we know that we're paying less for these systems than what the net book value is inclusive of property that's not been included previously in rate base, and or a original cost net depreciation study by a third-party engineer. Because we know we're underpaying that. We've proven that across the entire country.
Okay. Well, on that point, and again, this is understanding the process. You have that letter of intent, and that basically where you begin the formal negotiations. You've been contacted by the utility, And then at what point would you consider you beginning the formal negotiations for the purchase of the target?
I mean, we begin negotiations well before we get a letter of intent. So, you know, it's as soon as we meet the owner. Yeah, and, you know, our typical cross-section owners, it's very similar here in Kentucky. These are people who are mom and pop owners. They shouldn't be in the business. They deteriorate assets. They're typically scared, you know, so just to get a meeting with the owner is very difficult because they know they're in trouble. You know, at the same time, they're pulling money out of these systems. So they're getting a paycheck, you know, from these systems. So it's a balancing act to try and, you know, get these people to the table and realize they need to get out of the business.
Okay. At what stage, and on this one, I'm just going to limit it to Delaplane Disposal Company. At what stage in this process, before, after July 16th, did you all begin conducting what I'm going to refer to as due diligence, the investigation into whether or not you all actually wanted to try to get this into your family?
Before that.
Okay. And so you conducted your due diligence before July 16th. You have the appraisal report dated August 12th. So you were able, do you believe in your capacity that you were able to get the information that you needed from Delaplane or about Delaplane or about Kentucky? Do you believe that you were able to get that information that you needed before you executed that purchase and sale agreement on August 23rd, 2019?
Yes, like I said before, we know we're underbuying these systems from what their total value is, so yes.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the commission's order that was entered on January 14, 2021, and the commission, the orders of the commission always speak for themselves. And I think on this one that I have handed out to, on this one, let's talk about page 13 of that order. And is it the case that, this goes back to what you were just saying, is it the case on page 13 of that order recognizes that Bluegrass Water pays more for the assets of each of the systems than remaining book value of those assets?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Spinard did, in fact, hand us a copy of what I thought was the order, but it appears it's not the entire order. It starts at page 1 and then skips to page 13. If he's just asking him to confirm the words on page 13, that's obviously not a problem, but I don't know if he has the whole order.
Well, right, we just want to talk about page 13, and I apologize to you. Part of what we wanted to do was preserve trees, so to speak, and just made a copy of the pages that we wanted to ask the witness about and gave them to counsel. I'm more than happy to share my complete copy of the order with counsel. We want to be fair.
That'll be fine.
Okay. And please ignore my bad handwriting. So, just in very common terms, is it your understanding that that order reflects that Bluegrass Water pays more for the assets of each system than the remaining book value of those assets? That the commission has recognized that fact that you testified about this morning?
Again, I'm going to object purely for the record for the purpose of establishment. Witness has not seen the entire order probably in 3 years. So if he wants to ask if the witness recalls, I have no objection to that. But ask the witness to summarize an order he's not been given the opportunity to read entirely. It seems unfair.
Well, I want to work with this witness. I think that in this particular instance, and that there are responses for requests for information from the commission staff that are in the record about the purchase and sale agreement. There are responses to other data requests where it's clear that the acquisition adjustment and the unified rate are both matters in play in this case. And this is a witness who has testified that he wants a unified rate. This is a witness who's testified about the process of acquiring systems. And it might be the type of thing that we're sitting here, I'm happy that the witness not be put on the spot. I've already recognized these are very large records. If they want to take a look at the order during lunch and familiarize themselves, I don't have any issue with that.
That'll be fine. I'm going to overrule the objection only from the perspective of Mr. Cox can only answer what he actually knows, what he has personal knowledge of anyway. So I appreciate the interest in objecting, but it's sort of a truism. Mr. Spinard, I promise will keep us here all day with the order speaks for himself. You're always very careful with that. I appreciate that, Mr. Spinard. So we'll come back after lunch, and I think Mr. Spinard's line of questioning on this front, asking his memory. Go ahead and keep the copy, or if you want to make copies, if you'll provide them to council. Let's make sure two things when we come back. I do appreciate the interest in sort of reducing the amount of the items. But if we're going to be referencing documents, my request is this, that counsel for the applicant and the witness have the entirety of the document, and if you want to give everybody else the excerpt, that's fine. But I do believe it's probably appropriate for purposes of, if nothing else, the scope of redirect. That if you've got questions about particular areas of an order, that it's within scope for council to be able to redirect on the entirety of the order should they choose to do so.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman.
So if we can, at the break, we'll be happy to make copies, full copies, to make sure that the witness and applicant's counsel have those documents for purposes of cross-examination, although I appreciate the interest in having smaller documents.
I'll hand this back to Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we will take a recess for lunch, and if you all, maybe you all can figure out a way to best conduct this portion of the cross-examination, Mr. Spinard. Maybe it addresses Mr. Depp's issues just to have the entirety of the order for reference. So we'll take a recess until 1 o'clock, and then we'll come back and continue with your cross-examination, Mr. Spinard. back on the record in case number 2022-00. Four, three, two. Mr. Cox, you're still under oath. Mr. Spinard, would you like to continue with the cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'm going to distribute and ask for it to be marked as Scott County Hearing Exhibit 1. This is the Commission's order in case number 2020-297. And my understanding is that you have a copy, the witness has a copy of the order, as well as counsel.
And if you will, Mr. Spinard, after you're at a break or ended today, have you already provided, will you just, for the record, provide a link to this to
Certainly.
council, copying all the council, but the staff council, so that we can just take the PDF from the website and that be the version that our reporter includes in the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cox, good afternoon. In terms of your understanding about the relief that Bluegrass Water seeks through this particular proceeding, one of the items at issue is the acquisition adjustment, the plant acquisition adjustment for, among others, Delaplane. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to the Commission's order that has been distributed, and this is page 14 of the order, I'm going to start with the first sentence on the top of the page. However, the recovery of any plant acquisition adjustment is not before the Commission in this matter. Therefore, this order should not be construed as a finding that Bluegrass Water will be entitled to recover any such amount in rates. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so that's again, one of the reasons why we're here. Another reason why we're here concerns the Bluegrass Water's position with regard to a unified rate. Is that a fair characterization?
I would say for the new systems that were not in our last rate case, correct. We're trying to bring them to unified rate.
Okay. And in terms of page 12 of 14 of your direct testimony, there is a question beginning on line 6. Has the Commission previously agreed to some level of rate consolidation for Bluegrass Water? And you answer in part yes, and then you go on through the remainder of that response, discussing and quoting from the Public Service Commission's decision in case number 2020-290, the last rate application. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, could you point me again to my testimony where that's at?
Certainly. I'm at application exhibit 2, page 12 of 14, and I'm looking at the question that is on lines 6 and 7, and
Yes.
then your response on lines 8 through 15.
I am there.
Okay, all right. And this is part of, and it's your testimony, this is part of what you point to in terms of the Commission's directions or instructions or observations that they made in case number 2020-290 about why there's support for your approach to rate consolidation. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, I mean, I think the customer we heard earlier from Springcrest today is a great example. Their unconsolidated rate would be $187 a month, so I agree.
Okay. Now, if we look at page 14 of the order that I just passed out from the 2020-297 transfer case that included the transfer of Delaplane, on page 14, there's a quote, and it talks about how this is in the first full paragraph, second line. It includes a statement, Bluegrass Water indicated in its applications that it ultimately intended to propose a unified rate for all of its systems. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And you can read into the record what you wish, because we want a complete record, obviously. But there's another sentence in that paragraph that says, however, the commission's approval of the transfer at issue in this case should not be construed as an approval of Bluegrass Water's plan to adopt a unified rate. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then it says, rather, the commission will address any proposed rate change for the systems at issue in this matter when proposed pursuant to KRS Chapter 278 and 807 KR Chapter 5. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's one of the reasons why we're here today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in response to commission staff's second request for information, item 23, you responded to a request, and what the commission staff asked in that request, and I'll read it into the record. Okay, this is PSC staff's second request to Bluegrass Water. You are listed as a witness in response. The question is, refer to the Cox direct testimony, page 11, explain whether Bluegrass Water has considered a phase-in approach to the rate increase in order to mitigate rate shock. You remember this response?
I do.
Okay, and the last, and you can discuss the response if you believe that's necessary for the fullness, the context of your answer. But when I look at this last sentence in the response, that said, Bluegrass Water would consider a further phase-in approach that would provide for future recovery of any deferral associated with the phase-in. Do you see that in your response?
I remember that response.
Okay. And is that still the position of Bluegrass Water?
Yeah, I would state, first of all, that a deferral mechanism means that the final rates will be higher. So there is a cost to a phase-in approach, and that's why we presented a consolidation as our primary method for affordability. That being said, we are open to a phase-in approach if we have a deferral mechanism for lost earnings, return, all of that.
Okay, well, and I think you went a long way to answering several of my questions in terms of phase-in. And to lay a little bit more foundation, is it fair to characterize your testimony and your position is that Bluegrass Water's objective is for a unified rate rather than a separate rate for each geographically distinct system or service area of Bluegrass Water?
That is correct, because unified rates pass the cost of a greater group of customers and thus lead to affordability, and all systems require the same amount of investment over a long period of time.
Okay, so, and pardon the simplicity of the example, because we're just trying to get from point A to point B. Point A is you don't have a unified rate schedule at the moment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And point B is that you want some measure of a unified rate schedule.
We believe that's best for customers, correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to the phase-in, as you've explained, one of the conditions for the phase-in that you would want, that's not what you're seeking, but you say in terms of your openness to a phase-in, one of the conditions would necessarily be a future recovery for the deferral associated with the phase-in.
That is correct. Some type of surcharge to cover for those customers who benefited alone from the phase-in.
Okay. And to step back, for those customers alone who benefited from the phase-in, if I understand what you're saying, is that if there was a phase-in of the rate for, say, those double plane residential customers, is that the deferral recovery would be from those Delaplane residential customers.
That is correct. An Airview customer should not bear the burden of a deferral that was benefiting the Delaplane customers.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. I know the record's pretty extensive, but I think that you probably have read every page of it. Have you read the testimony of Scott County's witness, Ariel Miller?
It's been a while, but yes.
Okay, that's fine. In general terms, is it your understanding that Scott County seeks to establish and maintain indefinitely a residential rate for the customers in the Delaplane service area that is separate from the residential rate for other similarly situated residential customers of Bluegrass Water?
I agree with that, and in fact, I would say that one of the problems that we have with that proposal is you're shifting the burden to the residential customers rather than the commercial customers.
Okay. Well, in terms of Ms. Miller's approach, does it establish a pathway to a unified rate for the residential customers of the Delaplane service area after the phase is complete?
I don't recall.
Okay. In terms of the approach, and the company is free to disagree with the application or the mechanics of the phase-in recommendation, if you recall, does Ms. Miller seek to provide for the future recovery of any deferral associated with the phase-in?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay, that's fine. For those questions, perhaps Mr. Lyons is the better witness to answer those types of questions.
Perhaps.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll give Mr. Lyons a try. In terms of the proposed commercial rate, it's based at least in part upon the recommendation of an expert retained by Bluegrass Water for this proceeding. It's at least based in part on Mr. Lyons' recommendation, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And are the commercial customers in the Delaplane service area the only Bluegrass customers with metered service on the wastewater side?
I believe that the Forge and maybe one other are the only metered sewer customers. I believe that is correct.
Okay.
But that's subject to check.
Okay. Well, and you identify the difference in recommendations, and at least one of the differences between how Mr. Lyons approaches this matter and how Ms. Miller approaches this matter has to do with the allocation between unmetered and metered service. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Well, I just want to set aside those differences for the moment because those matters may be better suited for those witnesses. But if we set aside those for a moment, if you remember, concerning Ms. Miller's testimony, is it your understanding that Scott County seeks to phase in a commercial rate for customers in the Delaplane service area?
Yes.
And then again, in terms of the approach, with the company free to disagree or agree with the applications or the mechanics of the phase-in, does Ms. Miller's approach, if you know, seek to provide for the future recovery of any deferral associated with the phase-in of the commercial rate for the Delaplane service area?
Again, I don't remember her position on deferrals.
That's fair. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you agree or disagree with the premise that, well, let's say, do you agree with the premise that having a larger customer base permits the utility to spread out the cost of service?
I agree.
Okay. And do you agree that having a larger customer base can help mitigate it? I'm sorry, strike that. Do you agree that having a larger customer base helps mitigate the impact of rate increases?
Yes, we've proven that over and over again in this state and other places.
Okay. And in the company's response to commission staff's first request for information, item 28, it contains a customer count. This is going to be Bluegrass Water's response to PSC 1-28. And it was provided in response to the data request. It was provided, DRs 28 and 29, I'm going to distribute this. And we'll ask Mr. Chairman that this be marked as Scott County Hearing Exhibit 2. Oh, how did we get this? Thank you. Here you go. You got it. Okay. And it contains a customer breakdown by classification. And just tell me when you've had a chance to look it over.
I did, I see it.
Okay. Now, the asterisk under the schedule, it states the company utilized equivalent residential units to derive a customer count for the multifamily customers in Brockland and for the commercial customers in Delaplane. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So when we look at when we look at the equivalent residential units for sewer, we see that Delaplane Commercial is 737 equivalent residential units for sewer. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that roughly twice the amount of the next highest customer count of 361 for Persimmon Ridge residential customers?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. And in Bluegrass supplemental response to the Public Service Commission staff's second request for information, this is item 3, and I'm going to page 6 of 6. There was a response that you provided that states in part, this is the only full paragraph on page 6 of 6, the response that you provided that in discussing Bluegrass Water, it reads, in fact, a group of only 5 commercial customers accounts for approximately 10% of the company's revenue. Is that still the case? Roughly?
Can you remind me which data request? Is that part of this rate case?
Yes, it is. This is going to be the Bluegrass Water supplemental response to PSC request, second request -3, and it was filed into the record on May the 12th.
Then yes.
Okay, all right. And so again, it's that only 5 of those commercial customers accounts for approximately 10% of the company's revenue. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in the Bluegrass Water's response to the commission staff's second request for information, item 24, this is Mr. Lyons' testimony concerning the allocation percentages for metered and unmetered service. And I'm on page 2 of 2 of that response. And in that response, it's the question concerns, in pertinent part, provide the basis for the allocation percentages for unmetered and metered service, and provide an Excel spreadsheet with all formulas, rows, and columns fully accessible and unprotected, and demonstrating with how the allocation percentages were calculated. And so the response walks through that, and then on page 2 of 2 in the response it states, third, comma, the company plans to expand its wastewater treatment facilities in Delaplane to meet a growing demand for wastewater treatment services, a significant portion of which is from metered service, commercial and industrial customers. Were you aware of Mr. Lyons' testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate all of your answers, and at this stage, Scott County moves for the admission of the hearing exhibits 1 and 2. One is already in the record as a response to a request for the information, and the second hearing exhibit, the first hearing exhibit is a commission order, which we ask that you take administrative notice of.
Mr. Depp?
No objection.
And no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Before we move to staff, Mr. West, would you like to move to introduce AG's hearing exhibit 1, 2, and 3, the organizational charts?
Yes, I will.
Any objection to the introduction of those 3 organizational charts, Mr. Depp?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, so entered Scott County 1 and 2 and AG 1, 2, and 3. Ms. Bell?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're going to jump backwards just a little bit to discuss the wage and benefit study that Mr. Watkins has already testified about. Firstly, if you just let us know, were you involved in any way in providing the information to Mr. Watkins in preparation of that study?
No.
Okay. It's been well established that you were very clearly involved in the past rate case for Bluegrass Water, correct?
Yes.
And are you generally aware of the commission's or recall the commission's findings as the result of that case?
In general, yes.
Okay. And specifically, I would ask if you recall the final order discussing the commission's concern about no wage or benefit study being presented in that case.
I don't recall that part.
Okay. Do you recall generally that adjustments were made as to the salaries that were proposed in that case?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the wage and benefit study that's been discussed here today?
In general.
Okay. And as Mr. Watkins testified, there are 8 employees that were provided and 8 specific positions that were studied in that wage and benefit study, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Are you aware as to how those positions or employees that were determined to be studied were picked or were chosen?
Yeah, I believe they all had direct responsibility for Bluegrass in different capacities. You know, so for example, as the president of the company, I'm responsible for the whole company. I do stuff for Bluegrass as well, but every day of my job is not working on Bluegrass, and each of those 8 employees, I believe every day some portion of their job is working for Bluegrass.
Okay. And we've discussed in general the findings from the previous rate case. Subject to check, there was a discussion regarding the salaries in that final order, and it was mentioned also in regards specifically to executive salaries. Are you aware, or can you explain why no executive salaries were included in the wage and benefit study provided in this case?
No, I thought we were doing the wage and benefit study Mr. Spanos gave. Spanos, is that correct? I apologize, I may get the witness wrong there. Because we're trying to give employees that have direct everyday responsibility in Bluegrass.
Okay, thank you.
We were trying to be responsive to the commission's order.
Certainly. In Mr. Watkins' testimony, there were some increases that have been discussed, recent increases to salaries. Those were mentioned as like 6%, followed by another 6%, and then 8%. Are you aware as to how those increases were calculated?
I am not aware.
I'm sorry, it may have just been an accidental reference. I don't know that the study reflected 6, 6, and 8.
I believe it was just in
6,
discussion.
3, and 8, I think.
6, 3, 8, my apologies. I had that written down incorrectly. Are you just aware, were those kind of across the board for certain positions, or were they very position specific?
The number I recall of that is an 8% that was blended across the entire company, but I didn't provide the equations or the math behind that, so.
Do you know who did?
I believe Brent Teese is the one who did
Mr.
that.
Tice, okay. Okay, now we'll switch gears. Something that's not been spoken about yet, but we will ask obviously more specifics to Mr. Thomas, who provided testimony regarding it. But we're curious as to what involvement you might have in selection of the system operators and entry into the operator contracts.
I mean, I'm very aware of the work that Mr. Thomas is doing and the operators who are running our systems. I would say Kentucky in particular has been a source of a lot of work for us. It's very difficult to find and retain qualified operators in the state of Kentucky. So it has been, there's more effort put in this state than almost any other state in the country.
Are you involved in any way in the actual submission of the request for proposals, RFPs?
I am not.
I'll ask you just a few general questions about that process then, and if it needs to be deferred to Mr. Thomas, please just let me know that. In the previous rate case, the commission questioned why a single contractor, Midwest at the time, it's my understanding I should now refer to them as Clearwater Solutions LLC, is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay, I'll do my best. If I say Midwest, I want everyone to know I mean Clearwater as well. So basically, during that case, it was questioned why Midwest or Clearwater Solutions had been selected for all the operator contracts. And the commission basically directed Bluegrass Water to follow through on its plan to request bids for those operator contracts based upon geographic blocks or systems together to take advantage of economies of scale. So to your knowledge, as these RFPs have been going out, as you're obtaining these systems, through this process, as you've been obtaining more systems, do you believe Bluegrass has been working towards those expectations?
I personally called some operations companies to see if they would bid part of those systems. So, and the answer has been resounding no.
Okay, so that would be my next question. Has Bluegrass been able to bid projects in Kentucky regionally?
No, we have not. And I would say that goes for our construction projects as well. I mean, we are working very hard to attract bidders. I mean, the construction market in Kentucky is still very tight, especially for small to mid-sized civil contractors. So that's an issue that this state's pretty unique to the state, actually.
So is it fair to say then that you don't believe any decreased contract amounts have been realized?
No, I believe we have used market pressure to keep our contracts the same price in a highly inflationary environment. So I think we've saved customers quite a bit. The decision to extend the contracts we have is because we've not got enough new systems to attract a new entrant to the state. So I believe we've saved the customers about 20% on our operations costs because we've not accepted any price increases.
I believe it may have been discussed in the previous case as well, but has there been any discussion or deliberation about hiring in-house contractors because there is such difficulty in acquiring contractors for these systems?
Quite a bit. We look at that issue all the time. It's the same thing, we kind of talked about this in the wage and benefits study as well. You think when we first came to Kentucky, I think the total percentage of overhead allocated to the state is about 7.4. In our test year, it's 5.2. It's kind of down to 3% now. So I'm going to use them as a proxy. You can't get a 3% CFO to work in Bullitt County for these systems. It just doesn't work, right? So in the same way, the operators, to have them in-house or dispersed area like we have here would cost much more internally than externally. We've done cost analysis internally on that before. I would just add, we're the only guys kind of across the country that are doing these small distress systems. And part of that, because we've really figured out how to properly allocate the individual resources to an individual plan and then track it from the home office, what's going on. It's been kind of part and parcel to our ability to buy these small systems.
Okay, I think I will defer the rest of my questions to Mr. Thomas.
Motion.
Staff have no further questions.
Mr. Cox, how are you?
Good, ma'am.
I'm curious how your company finds these little systems like Delaplane and Scott County, Kentucky sewer system. It's like you're in 12 states, not just central states, one on the Pacific, one on the Atlantic Ocean. Like, how do you identify little systems like this in Kentucky?
Yes, Commissioner. So every single community water system and discharging wastewater plant has a federal ID attached to it. So what we've done is we built a database of every single water and wastewater system in the country. And then we geolocated each one of those. So we did data visualization to show where all the systems are. So we've gone to the states with the highest amount of fragmentation, so the most amount of small systems. So Kentucky's got some of the most fragmentation in the country, and the highest amount of noncompliance, right? So today in Kentucky, I think there's 563 systems that are serial violators of both the either Clean Water Act, the Clean Drinking Water Act. And so those are the states we've gone to. And then what we've done then is we don't target the large municipalities. We let the American Waters of the world do that. So we're going to the people that have 3 or more quarters of violations in the last 5 years. And then there's a good amount of technical work to identify the beneficial owner of those systems. Now we do that in tandem. The Division of Water here has been worked with us very closely. Like, here's serial violators. We go talk to them. We need them out of this business. And then we track down those owners to be able to get in discussions to buy those systems.
And you say you believe you're the only company that uses this model in the country to go and buy up distressed systems.
Oh, there are other companies that buy some distressed systems on a local level. There's no one that we're aware of that do anything at the national level.
I see. So some of these public comment, the citizens who gave public comments this morning, were you present for that?
I was.
So some of their concerns were about the fact that the company is expanding and that they're worried that their bills reflect the cost of this expansion rather than the actual upgrades to their system that they'll benefit from. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, so I heard the gentleman from Springcrest in particular, we'll use him. He said, he didn't want to be charged for the rest of the state and, all that. Heard those comments very clearly. It's the opposite. So his system on a standalone basis would be $187 per month. So actually the expansion of customers both in this state, so automatically results in a lower rate for that customer. And then our expansion across the country lowers the overhead allocations. I think you heard me say earlier, our overhead allocation is, dropped by 50%, as we've grown across the country.
So if the people in, say, Springcrest, the one you just mentioned, had a problem with their bill or wanted to speak to someone, who would they call? Is it someone in St. Louis?
Yeah, we have a centralized call center, contract call center they call in, and their call is recognized. They can self-select they want to be Bluegrass, or every single employee can look up their individual account information and see it's Bluegrass and see what neighborhood they're in.
And your website says that there's a place you can click to pay in person. Can they pay in person in Kentucky?
Yes, so we have a service where you can go to Walmart, a couple other places, and go pay in person. We really created that because some people want to pay in cash, not by check or credit card, so that's really what we've worked to do.
Okay, so you don't have Kentucky employees or a Kentucky office,
That is correct.
but they could pay at some of these other businesses.
That is correct.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Regan?
Good afternoon, Mr. Cox. Just to follow up on Vice Chair Hatton's question about paying at Walmart. Is there a fee for that? Do you charge a fee for paying in person?
I don't remember the top of my head. I don't believe there is, but I may be subject to check.
Okay, is there someone else?
Mr. Teese would be able to answer
Okay.
that. I think it's a QR code they can use to pay.
Okay, and then just on page 7 of your testimony, CSWR became the single largest owner of individual domestic wastewater treatment plants, right? Is that correct? As of December of 2022?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And the mission of your affiliate groups is to bring safe, reliable, environmentally responsible water resources to communities in the United States. Is that correct?
Yes.
or are reasonable rates part of that mission?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we work on consolidated rates and spreading these costs, lowering our overhead allocations. All of that is really part and parcel of what we're trying to do all the time.
Okay, what is the, just based on your experience in the other state, the average increase to rates when you go in and you buy and you reinvest?
It's really system specific because
Okay.
it's how long, because you think some of the systems before you today have not had rate increases in 20 years, 30 years, maybe they never had a rate increase from the beginning. So really, it wildly varies on a per system basis.
Somewhere between 10% and 30% maybe, or do you think it's all over, higher or lower?
I'll give you an example. In the state of Mississippi, we bought 27 wastewater systems that had certificated areas that had never established a cost of service. So they had zero costs. So that's how variable it can be across a wide branch of systems.
Okay, thank you.
What is, you all have got 24 close to now sewer systems across the Commonwealth, is that right?
I believe
Maybe
that's
about
true,
20.
Chairman.
What is a, roughly, they range, from 24 to a few hundred customers. What is a monthly operator cost? What's the monthly operator expense for, on average, those systems?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of think, I'm just broad brush here, but for an individual system, because it's really the system that matters, not how many customers are on it, it's roughly $3,000 per month.
$3,000 a month. That's for a discharging system?
It's the same either way.
It's the same either way. What are the operational requirements of a non-discharging system in regards to needing an operator?
Yeah, so that would be, so interestingly, we've been following the commission's orders until we recently got relief on the 7 versus 5 day. So that's really been the standard we've used in the state.
Okay, taking a step back, if you have a system that, if you have a system that discharges, you have to have a KPDS permit, right?
That's correct.
And that requires a Division of Water licensed sewer operator, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. If you have a non-discharging system, are there any Division of Water required operation, let me ask you, does a non-discharging system require require an operator to have a specific Division of Water permit?
No. And that's been an interesting area for us to learn about, because this is the only state that manages it by county, rather than at the state for a non-discharging permit.
Yeah, so great. You say manage, but it's the county health departments that have oversight over leach fields, is what you're saying?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. So are there individual county requirements for your non-discharging system that you have any minimal level of experience or expertise to be a quote operator, or is there any operator requirements on a county by county basis?
Chairman, we have had a very hard time getting operational requirements out of the individual counties. Most of the counties don't realize they originally permitted it, they don't understand, they do have opinions, so we've treated it as we've certified operators are servicing those systems currently.
Okay. So, Springcrest, is that right, is a non-discharging system?
I believe that's correct, sir.
Well, that was the gentleman that called earlier, the HOA in maybe Jessamine County. Springcrest, non-discharging system. Before you got there, do you know whether they had an operator?
I do not know. I would guess maybe not, from the way the state of disrepair in the system.
Well, I mean, but there only are those, collection tanks and leach field is effectively the system that you all necessarily operate, right?
Well, yeah, and a lift station to push it through, and a central collection tank, right? So then they let solids build up in that tank, so there was solids going out into the leach field, all that kind of great stuff.
So, all right. So about $3,000 a month per system. Is that right?
I believe in general, yes.
Yeah, just 2 to 3. We'll say 2 to 3, right? Okay. So even for a 20-person system, that is how much per month per person for a $2,000 for operating costs exclusively at 20 customers?
It's quite a bit.
It's $100 a bill, right? And at 3,000, it's 1,500 a customer, right?
Correct, on an annual basis, yeah.
So we were here, you and I, in 2019, talking about almost this exact same thing, right? The cost per system, the lack of investment, all these different things that you're talking about today. It was your hope, intention, expectation, whatever the word, I'm not holding you to the word, but it was the testimony of Bluegrass that the expectation, I guess, was that over time you all would, with the acquisition of additional systems, gain additional economies of scale, or I guess even scope, to reduce the overall bill of the systems, even those that need investment. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. One of those was an expectation that once you accumulate a certain number of systems, that you will be able to regionally bid and receive reduced prices for operator expense. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You have in far western Kentucky, I'll call it far western Kentucky, there are people that live on a certain part of Kentucky that probably disagree that it's so far, but that are like the Graves, Mayfield, Marshall, maybe Marshall, McCracken County area, Paducah down to the Tennessee border, right?
Correct.
About a 10, 12, I think you all are trying to acquire a couple, but around 10 to 12 systems. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, if it's that much, but yeah, at least 8 for sure.
At least 8. Great. If 8 systems are costing you $1,000 a system for operators, how is it not possible for you all just to not hire somebody to do that? That is $8,000 a month. It's $96,000 a year. How can you all not afford to hire somebody full-time that's cheaper than that to service and operate those systems?
Yeah, great question. So I would say, Chairman, it's a couple things, right? It's not one person, because some of the work we do is confined space work, so you have multiple people, or you have to have multiple people at different parts of the system. So you have to shut off valves at one part to flush one area. You have to work on one lift station, turn it off while you're working on a part of the treatment plant. So it's more than one person to do that. So it's typically 3 people who are, because then you have a tradesperson. One thing that's interesting about us versus, I would say, other utilities, we work very hard to reutilize all the existing plant in place. We refurbish the existing plant, we use the same tankage. We're not doing wholesale replacement. If we can, avoid it, we avoid it at all costs, because we know the cost of that incurs to the individual customers. But what that means is, as we're fixing the components in the systems, we have to constantly have skilled labor on site. So, our operators are not your junior level operator guy who is a one man, he's just like looking at the screens. These are guys that can do electrical work, they do plumbing work, all that. So you've got one guy fixing, 2 guys operating, so that's really why it's not a single person.
Great. And all of that is included in the contract cost?
That's correct.
So every bit of that, you don't have to pay for any electrical work or any maintenance work that has to occur. All of that's included in that monthly cost.
All the minor stuff, that's correct.
Well, I don't guess I have an appreciation for what electrical work is minor. Maybe that says more about my skills than anything else. But what are you getting billed separately for each individual month? Is all of this laid out in the contract? I guess is what I'm trying to make sure I have it.
It is.
Okay, great. And so your expectation is that you still wouldn't be able to hire, okay, let's say $2,000 a month is the cost. I think that was the number that you threw out. So $2,000 a month at 8 systems in Western Kentucky is almost $200,000 a year, right?
Yeah.
Or is more, is $2,000 a month is $2,400 a year. Is that right?
I would say I need.
I'm sorry. My math is terrible on that. Okay. So $2,000 a month, 8 systems. Okay, $2,000 a month, 8 systems. Is $16,000 times 12. So close to $200,000 a year. Okay, just under $200,000 a year. You don't think you'd be able to hire 3 people with that skill set for those 8 individual systems?
No, because I need more than I need 3 people.
That's what I just said.
Okay, and then a half a person to fill in for vacation, sick time, all that, and there's supervisor as well, trucks, backup equipment, tools, all that. So no, we would not.
Okay. So at what point does it make sense? I mean, you've been talking at Ages now for 4 years about how we'd like to get to the point. Do you all have a definitive break-even analysis of how many systems you're going to actually have to acquire before customers actually see their rates go down by virtue of the efficiencies of consolidated operations contracts?
Well, I believe we've already done that in this case, in 2 different ways. We've lowered our customer information costs. I think we're saving our customers, $3 per month between service costs, what we've implemented for the CIS system, and then our ops costs. So imagine, nationally, operations costs have gone up almost 20% over the last 3 years. We've held them steady. And that's by sheer force of market size that we force these guys to not get increases.
Yeah, but arguably that's not what you've said in testimony before this commission in the past. You actually talked about the individual rates that customers pay initially going up and then going down. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, and we've done that in other states as we've gotten economies of scale. So currently we have a rate case that's working in Missouri that we're going to lower a bunch of rates on existing customers. So that is the end goal.
Great. So back to the question I actually asked is what's the break even where you all feel like you get either regionally or sub-regionally a number of systems to where your operations costs will actually go down that will actually reduce your ultimate cost to customers?
Unfortunately, Chairman, it comes down to the systems we're buying. So if we, for example, in McCracken County, if we bought 2 systems that had 300 customers, then we'd be getting close to a regional area that maybe you can break even. If we bought 5 systems of 50, it would be, you'd still have the labor costs would go up. So really, it's just a matter of what kind of systems are we purchasing.
Right, but I thought your answer earlier was that it's the number of systems, not the number of customers that necessarily determine the operator costs. Is that not the case?
That's exactly what I'm saying. So more small systems cost more than a fewer amount of larger systems.
Yeah, and I'm just asking you about number of systems. I'm asking, do you have an idea of the number of systems, since that seems to be the variable that leads to higher operating expenses, the number of systems that you would need to acquire in a particular area for the operator costs to actually go down on a gross basis than up?
Okay, I see your question there. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but it's something we're constantly evaluating in terms of can we do this on a regional basis.
Yeah, and I don't have I wasn't asking you to sort of do the math on the stand.
Yeah.
I'm asking, have you done or have you all determined through like a break-even analysis that once we get to X number of systems based on our actual conversation with vendors or our determination internally of what it would cost if we brought it in-house, of what the systems would have to look like and the number of them that we have in a particular area where the rates actually start going down?
Understood.
Are we are we gonna have to get to a point, is it gonna be your all's position that you're gonna need 100 systems across the state until people finally start bidding regionally on their operations expenses?
No, Chairman, I would say actually the opposite. I think we need another 10 or 20 systems in the state to attract more bidders to drive overall statewide costs down. I actually don't think you're gonna find a bunch of regional bidders that are gonna bring down the cost. That's not been our experience across the country. Like, what you want is a statewide package that's larger, and you get more competition that's lower per customer, per system cost.
I think that's inconsistent, though, with some of the testimony that you all provided us in the past, which is that you think that if you can acquire more systems in discrete areas, that you all will be able to bid out those discrete areas of the Commonwealth and not have to have somebody that's statewide, which is your current operating condition, right?
So I would say that's very localized to Kentucky because the state, it is hard in the state to find qualified operators who have the correct licensing. We're kind of experiencing the silver tsunami right now where a lot of the skilled trades guys and certified guys are retiring out. So this state in particular is going to require more systems to attract more bidders to come in. That is what we believe will be the most cost-effective way to do this. There are places where we have done regionalized bidding and seen costs go down. I don't believe that even there's even the regionalized bidding, there's not the people in the state, there's not contractors in the state who want to bid this on a regional basis. You just don't have it. So,
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, did you all know that before that was the testimony that you all gave in the previous case? Had you all not had discussions to that effect with the folks that do this?
we did, and you've had people leave the state over the last couple of years, or shrink their footprint in the state.
Okay. So in the last case, I took from your all's testimony that the expectation was that as you gained additional systems in central and western Kentucky, that you all believed that there were going to be a reduction in overall operators' contracting costs, because you could get contracts defined to those geographic areas and you wouldn't have to hire somebody statewide that's driving all over the place. Do you remember that? Like, generally, that was your all's position?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for your testimony today, that based on your observations since the last rate case, you all no longer expect that will be the case.
So can I modify can I throw a comment in there? I think what I'm saying is I believe there's a tipping point that we will take operations over in-house in those regional areas. So let's take McCracken County. I think that there's a tipping point where it's more cost effective for us to have our own employees, our own trucks, all of that, based on the systems. I do not believe that there are enough regional contractors in the state of Kentucky that they're going to bid into some regional area. I think that for the state of Kentucky in particular, especially as operations and maintenance contractors have left the state, we believe greater amount of systems to attract more bidders will lower the overall state rates. Does that make sense? I broke those two up.
Do you expect that those individual in-house expenses will be incurred at the Bluegrass level or at a different level within the corporate
At Bluegrass.
organizational chart?
At Bluegrass.
Do I take from your testimony that you educated guess, that you all would need to double the number of systems for that to be cost effective? You said 10 to 20, you'll have about 18.
Yeah, to caveat, 10 larger systems, 20 smaller systems.
First round CSWR became CSWR LLC, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So in the 2019 104 case, your all's first case, any reference to first round CSWR LLC can be assumed to be a reference to CSWR LLC, right?
Yeah, I think there was a name change or something like that.
Yeah, it's a name change you all made in 2019, right?
Correct.
And CSWR LLC, what is now CSWR LLC, what was first round CSWR LLC, is a Missouri entity, is that correct?
I believe that's true. Subject to check.
But that would, let me just say, if that was the entity that was originally first round CSWR LLC, was originally created in 2014 in Missouri, that's the same entity, right?
That's correct.
It's the initial Central States entity.
That is correct.
Correct. In Kentucky, there is in 2019, and this isn't an exhibit, but this is from your all's application in 2019. The first Kentucky entity is called Kentucky CSWR. In AG Hearing 1, it is referred to as Kentucky CSWR LLC. Same in AG Hearing 2. Same in AG Hearing 3. Is it your expectation that Kentucky CSWR LLC is a Kentucky entity or a Missouri entity?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, so there is a Kentucky entity called CSWR Bluegrass Capital Company LLC. I can find no record in Kentucky of a Kentucky CSWR LLC with the Kentucky Secretary of State. CSWR Bluegrass Company, Capital Company LLC is, of course, a limited liability company with a principal address at 1630 Des Perez Road, Suite 140, and Josiah Cox is the president. Do you know whether that is a completely separate entity or that entity is synonymous with Kentucky CSWR LLC?
It has to be synonymous because we don't have any other independent companies.
And you believe that to be the managing member of Bluegrass Utility Holding Company LLC, which is the managing member of Bluegrass Utility Operating Company LLC?
I believe that is true, sir.
Capital Company Holding,
Yeah,
Company Holding Company Operating Company.
correct.
Did you know when the exhibits were being, in this case, when the references in this case were going out around U.S. Water LLC, did you know that that entity's name was not U.S. Water LLC? Let me draw that question. Did you know the commission has signed or issued 2 subpoenas in this case regarding U.S. Water LLC?
Yes,
Did you know that the commission referred to them as U.S. Water LLC?
I did not pay attention to the naming convention there.
Okay. Did you see, let me ask this, have you seen the subpoenas?
No, I don't believe I actually read the subpoenas. I
Okay.
was told about the subpoenas, but I haven't read the subpoenas.
Okay, so everywhere that I can find in this case, it's always U.S. Water LLC. And the pleadings at issue and the subpoenas, have you seen throughout this case, U.S. Water LLC, specific to this case?
I've seen it in the record name like that, shortened, yes, correct.
Yes, but you knew then, I guess what I'm trying to make sure of is, the representation to us has always been that the entity is called U.S. Water LLC. Would you agree?
Yes, and in fact, that's what it's called around the office as well, so.
Right, but that's not the legal name.
That is correct.
And you knew we were seeking a subpoena. Did you know that we were seeking did you know that we issued a subpoena for documents to an entity using a name that was not the entity's legal name?
Oh, I don't think I realized that. I knew that its subpoenas had been issued. I didn't realize there was a naming convention problem, so no.
Okay. But did you know that Bluegrass Water had refused to provide the information related to U.S. Water LLC?
Yeah, we don't have the information for U.S. Water Systems LLC.
You don't have you don't know their address.
Yeah, we don't have their, I mean, they got a Delaware address, they're incorporated at.
Yeah, you know their address.
I don't know their address.
I mean, you have a Rolodex with their address. You went and got money from these people, right? As the head of CSWR, you know where to find them.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure of. Thank you. So the cost of non-discharging systems, as it relates to that $187 or $186 you referenced earlier, is exclusively that high, because you haven't had to put much capital into it, because of the operators. Is that right?
That's correct. And the pumps, regular maintenance of the system, which was not happening, all those things.
Yeah, I got it. Lift stations aren't free. I wasn't trying to imply that, but the significant expense, I just want to make sure I have an appreciation, is because of the operators having to go each day, or 5 days a week.
Correct.
Okay, great. You all purchased AirView. You're generally aware of AirView?
Yes, sir.
Did you all pay more than $450 for AirView?
I don't remember. I don't believe so, but if we did, I don't.
Well, let me ask this. You remember AirView, is that right?
Absolutely, Chairman.
You all have purchased a few hundred systems at this point, but I assume you remember the AirView situation, right?
Very much.
And you remember the commission put a specific cap on how much you all were able to purchase AirView for. Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you remember that the reason for that, as stated in the order, was because basically the owner of AirView was in court trying to abandon it?
I do remember that.
Yeah. That was Mr.
Can't remember his name.
I knew it just a second ago, but that's okay. The commission limited the amount of air view that you all could purchase it, I believe, to $450. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And the commission's order in 2019-104 says this on page 23. Or I'll start on 22. Because they, referring to Airview, proposed to walk away uncompensated from Airview, it says the Airview, but that's our fault. We see no reason for Bluegrass Water to pay anything beyond the net utility plant value as reported in Airview's most recent annual report. Accordingly, we will not approve this transaction should Bluegrass Water pay Airview more than $450 for the purchase of its system. We will not disturb the purchase price of any other systems despite our concerns regarding the purchase price of Mr. Cogan's and Smithers' other systems. And I believe it was Mr. Smithers that was a reference to. So do you agree that that language, that you read that language or understood that language to mean that you all should not pay more than $450 for the Airview system?
Yes, and Chairman, I remember doing a contract addendum with Mr. Smithers against his will to lower that purchase price.
Okay. We'll take a short break. We'll take about a 20-minute break here until 2:26, and then we'll come back and give you an opportunity to redirect for this witness.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll be in recess until 2:20, 2:25. back on the record in case number 2022-00432. Mr. Depp, you have a redirect?
No redirect, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Cox. I assume you all are right with Mr. Cox sticking around for a day or two, Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Thank you.
Apologize, I spread out here. Give me 1 second.
Take your time. I don't have anything I have to do until next Tuesday, so. All the time in the world. Mr. Herrick, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Bluegrass Water will call Jacob Freeman.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jacob Freeman, and my address is 1630 Suite 140, DePere Road in St. Louis, Missouri.
Mr. Herrick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Freeman. Could you please state your employer and your position for the record, please?
I'm employed by Central States Water Resources, LLC, and my position is Director of Engineering.
Did you cause the filing of direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
Did you also sponsor data request responses?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections either to your direct testimony or data request responses?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you those questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you adopt that testimony?
Yes.
Tendered for cross, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. West?
No question.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Freeman. I have a couple questions on some of the particular systems that you've discussed in your testimony. Firstly being Brockland, am I saying that correct?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Were you involved in the previous case, previous rate case in which Brockland was involved?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So are you aware that in that case, in 2020-00290, the commission had stated that in regards to a number of the systems owned by Bluegrass Water, that CPCNs had been necessary or should have been obtained for construction, including repairs and upgrades, and that included the Brockland system. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And the commission did ultimately deny the CPCN for the Brockland system in that case, correct?
Correct.
In your testimony in this proceeding on page 10, you acknowledge that Bluegrass Water has not filed for a CPCN for replacement of the Brockland system. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Instead, it states that Bluegrass has continued to maintain and repair the existing Brockland facility, and that Bluegrass Water would seek commission approval prior to either replacing the current facility or, in the event, a more economical option, connection to the city of Richmond. Are you?
Yep, that is
familiar with
correct.
that? Okay. Can you explain to the commission what occurred in between that last rate case and currently? In that prior case, Bluegrass Water had basically planned to completely redo the system, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And several things, it appears, happened regarding the lift stations and the lagoon. Can you explain those repairs that had been made to the Brockland system instead of the original plan to replace the system?
Yes, and the major thing that happened was the Division of Water would not grant us a construction permit in order to replace that facility. They made it very clear that it is their opinion that at some point in the near future, they will basically require us to tie on to the city once the city builds out a little further closer to our facility.
And the city you're referencing, is that Richmond, correct?
Yes.
As far as the city of Richmond, can you explain for the commission why Bluegrass Water did not pursue connection with Richmond at this time?
So the reason was it was cost prohibitive. We had a number of conversations with them, even to the point of them providing us a tie-on location and what they would require for us to do at their facility and upgrades at their lift station to tie on. So taking in those costs, there's several pieces of property we had to cross over. We'd had to get easements, and all those things, when you add them up, was just cost prohibitive at this time.
And when you say cost prohibitive, can you give a general estimate of how much those costs would have, what cost would have been incurred to connect with Richmond at this time?
Yes, so I knew you were going to ask me that just now. I want to say, if memory serves me correct, it would have, presuming that that would have become a, if those customers paid for those costs, I believe it was somewhere around $150 a month.
So I believe in response to some of the Office of Attorney General's requests for information, Bluegrass Water provided some communications that had occurred with Richmond. Since the filing of those and since learning these numbers from Richmond as to what they would require of Bluegrass Water to connect to the city of Richmond, are you aware whether any further communication has occurred with the city of Richmond?
I have not had any communication.
Do you know, have there been any further talks of the possibility of renegotiating with the city of Richmond since Bluegrass Water has completed these certain repairs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just earlier, you stated that you had trouble with the Division of Water granting a permit. Did you also say that you believe at some point they're going to basically require this system, Brockland system, to be turned over to the city of Richmond?
So what it had been, the way it had been told to me from the permitting portion of DOW is that during the renewal process, if they determine, and you know, what causes that to be determined, I don't know everything that goes into that, but if they determine that they believe that it would be best for a system to tie on to another facility, they'll basically void the permit. They won't renew it. So at that point, you would not be able to discharge from the facility and, you know, basically force your hand to connect.
In response to another one of the Office Attorney General's requests for information, you had stated that the Brockland project is complete. Is that correct?
Yes, the repairs that we identified to keep the facility operating.
Have
Yes,
any
that's
new
correct.
projects been identified since then that are required for Brockland?
Not that I'm aware of.
We don't have to get into all the actual financial particulars. We'll defer that to Mr. Thies, but just in general, are you aware of the Excel spreadsheet that had been provided that lists the improvements to these systems?
I'm sorry, whose testimony was that provided in? I'm not aware of one in mine, I guess is why I asked.
I believe it was in Mr. Thies's responses, but just generally, there's an item in there that I wanted to ask you about for the Brockland system in particular. There is the date in service was December 31st, 2020. It was at $226,484.87. It was listed as equipment operator rate pumping of lagoon and disposal fee. Are you aware of what that would have been for? Can you explain to us?
Yes, so the Brockland system was kind of unique. It is a mechanical package plant, but off to the side, it had a concrete basin, lagoon for, lack of a better term for it. The old owner had wasted sludge into it, so it was basically a pond full of sludge that had to be manually, pumped into and manually pumped out of. And it was sitting there, and with rain, it would overflow, a little bit at a time. So we had to go in and remove all that sludge.
Okay, we'll move from Brockland to River Bluffs. And in the previous rate case, the commission had determined that the cost for some of the projects proposed for River Bluffs were over budget. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in your testimony, starting on page 11, you explained that the acquisition of River Bluffs had only just closed at the time of that last rate case. And then you go on to describe some of the issues and conditions that had not yet been fully realized by Bluegrass Water. Could you touch on those just briefly?
So we found a lot of deterioration. There are 3 steel plants, package plants at that facility. And what we found was, you go to patch up, weld steel to patch up an existing hole, and it would open up another one. So the extent of steel repair was not fully realized until we started doing the work. There was replacement of a lot of the steel air lines and steel pumping lines at the plant. There again, if it's painted or galvanized on the outside, you can't always tell how thin the steel is. So there was, in general, a lot of steel work that had to be done.
Are you aware of the amount that these projects increase based on those new findings when you actually got in there into the system and found these further necessary repairs?
I'm not aware of the final number, no.
Do you have an estimate? Do you have any estimate at all?
I want to say it was possibly double of what the original amount we anticipated.
Double the original estimates that were provided in the last rate case?
I believe that's correct.
And I believe it's been stated in responses to requests for information that the River Bluffs project is also complete, correct?
Yes, as of today it is. That's correct.
There was a conversation earlier about negative net salvage value. And I just want to speak to you about whether you are aware of whether in these specific systems you've taken over, the projects you've undertaken, whether the cost of removal of the existing or old assets are being included along with the cost of the new assets as well as the cost of removal for the new assets. Do you have any insight into that?
No, I do not.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Staff have no further questions at this time.
I don't.
Can you redirect Mr. Herrick?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. That's it. I'm good.
Just 46.
Depp?
Yes, Your Honor. Company calls Todd Thomas.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Todd Thomas. I'm officed at 1630 DePere Road, Suite 140, I believe, DePere, Missouri.
Mr. Depp?
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, could you identify your employer and your business title?
I'm Senior Vice President, and my employer is Central States Water Resources.
And did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
I did.
And did you sponsor data request responses in connection with this case?
I did.
And do you have any additions or corrections to the testimony or data request responses?
I do not.
If I ask those same questions to you today, would your answers remain the same?
They would.
And do you then adopt the testimony and the data request responses for the hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. Witnesses available.
Excuse me, can you hear me all right? Am I talking loud enough?
Yeah, you'll probably have to speak up a little bit, though, once you start giving substantive responses.
Thank you.
Mr. West?
Just a few questions. Hi, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just want to basically get an overview of the current condition of a couple of the systems. I'll start with Marshall Ridge. My recollection is that some notices of violation were issued by the McCracken County Health Department earlier this year. Can you give us an overview of where those issues stand with that system and what's going on?
So we did receive a notice of violation in April of this year. Even when we originally acquired the facility, we had spent some time reaching out to the county, trying to determine in what manner it was regulated and similar to some of the things Mr. Cox had said. So when we received the NOV in April, we reached out again to the county, and it took quite some time to identify the individual who accepted, responsibility, say, yes, deal with me. And so since that period of time, the county has really been determining in what manner they want us to submit improvements. We had some recent dialogue. They gave some feedback, so we've submitted a resolution to the issue, and we're waiting feedback from the county today.
What have you submitted in the way of a resolution? What does that resolution look like?
Essentially, it's just a proposed, I'll call it a repair, but actually it's going to have to be a replacement of the leachate field from that lagoon.
As it stands now, are violations still occurring?
We received the NOV, but other than that, we have not received any, violations or fines or anything of that nature. And we've done everything that we know to do at this point in time to try to resolve anything. We cannot do anything more until we get feedback from the county and what they will accept.
But if I understand correctly, a long-term resolution of the issue is going to be a redesign and a rebuild of the leachate system.
Yes, sir.
Leach field. Has the company continued to receive a fair number of complaints from residents or not?
No, and I look back at all of the complaints, and we only received one complaint back in September of '22, and it was actually that same individual that complained again in the latter part of March of '23.
Was it an odor complaint, or what was it?
It was an odor complaint, yes.
All right, just have a few questions. Changing systems, I want to talk about AirView a little bit. If you, just for your reference, if you want to turn to your response to AG Data Request 115, do you have that available to you?
I should.
Just let me know when you're there.
Well, I have 1-5, and then I go to 1-16, so if someone could provide me with 15.
Mr. West, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to show my laptop.
That'd be
as a
fine.
copy.
It's fine.
Thank you.
So if you just want to take a second to look over that, refresh your recollection of what you'd said about that issue.
I think I'm ready. I apologize for the time. It's, the computer paginates kind of funny, so it's hard
No,
to.
you're fine. So just if I can give a general description, overview of the issue, you can correct me if I get any of these points wrong or misconstrue something, but my understanding is there have been news reports, or a report at times, of residents complaining of sewage backing up into their yards, and maybe some broken service pipe issues. And we had asked about that in a data request, and I think the data request was geared at addressing whether Bluegrass had any plans to do anything about repairs to those lines. And the answer was basically to reference the tariff provisions about where ownership begins and ends for residents versus the company for that system. I would like to get just a little bit of clarity on the company's view of whether there's an issue there with those service lines, and if so, if it's an issue for the company to address, or if it's one for the residents to address. So to what extent can you, let me ask it this way, does the company plan to conduct any repairs of service lines at the Airview system?
So in accordance with the tariff between the main and the home, that lateral line, or as you're referring to as a service line, is the property of the homeowner, and we do not intend to do any repairs on those lines.
Okay. You're familiar with the Bluegrass sewer tariff, I assume. You referenced it in response to this data request, right?
I'm generally familiar with it, yes.
If I can just read a little bit, it says Bluegrass Water UOC shall install and maintain that portion of the surface pipe from the main to the boundary line of the easement, public road or street under which such main may be located. Bluegrass Water UOC is not responsible for extending a service main to serve additional properties. I'm just trying to understand if that's consistent with what you just said. Would there be a portion of the line between the main and someone's home that Bluegrass would be responsible for or not?
As I interpret what you just read, the portion between the main and the, read the exact language to me again.
Bluegrass UOC shall install and maintain that portion of the service pipe from the main to the boundary line of the easement, public road, or street.
Under that definition, we would be responsible up to the boundary line of the easement.
Okay. Based on your knowledge of the issues at Airview, are there problematic service lines that need repairs that are the responsibility of the company currently?
No, not to my knowledge.
That's my only questions.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
Mr. Bellamy? Ms. Bell?
Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon.
In response to Commission staff's request for information, the service contract with Clearwater Solutions had been provided, and that date was as of April 7th, 2022. Are you aware as to whether there would be any updated contract since that time?
Let me look at my. So the April 7th,
2022 is
22.
is what was provided. I'm just asking, are you aware as to whether any new or updated contract has been entered into by Bluegrass Water?
Well, I mean, there's multiple agreements. As we've acquired facilities, we've done agreements or RFPs and rounds. And so, in April of 23, I believe, subject to my check, we did a extension for a year until April 24 of legacy agreements, and we've added, or we will be adding one more round.
As a post-hearing data request, we would ask that you provide any updated or any new operator contracts that have been entered into by Bluegrass Water
Okay.
since that date, since
Thank you.
April 7th of 2022. So in response to some commission requests for information, you have provided kind of the breakdown of the process Bluegrass Water goes through in submitting the RFPs or proposals for these operator contracts and how you choose the operator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So firstly, I just want to get some more details as far as that process. You state that the RFPs are sent out to firms that are licensed or willing to become licensed in the state where the projects are closing. And then bid packages are prepared with sites broken up regionally. Can you provide some clarification on how the sites are being broken up regionally? It appears from the RFPs that have been provided in response in this case. For example, one was sent out to Delaplane, Harrington Haven, Springcrest Sewer, and Woodland Acres. And then there were separate RFPs for Darlington and Young Farm Estates. What I'm really trying to get at is Bluegrass Water able to actually submit RFPs on a regional basis at this point?
Let me go back to an initial question. You just talked about the process, and I'm not sure this is what you meant, but we do requests for qualifications first, and then once we get all the qualified operators, then we do the RFPs to those qualified operations maintenance contractors. So I think that might be something you spoke about briefly. Now, with regard to the RFPs themselves, I think it would be more accurate to say, and as I mentioned, rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4, those rounds are basically on more so the acquisitions or the systems that we've signed up with purchase agreements and filed acquisition cases for versus geographically.
So you've heard the testimony earlier today regarding the previous rate case and the expectation on Bluegrass Water's part that it would hopefully be able to start possibly obtaining some operator contracts regionally for the systems Bluegrass has acquired, correct?
Yes, and I completely agree with what Mr. Cox said, and what the chairman has expectations for, is that we will achieve, some of those savings eventually with that bidding process. And I mentioned just a moment ago that we did a short extension of the agreements, of which I'll provide you updates if you don't already have them. And the intention of that is, we have a few more going through acquisition now, but we will be bidding out all of the systems in the entire state as one, but we'll be very specific in the RFP package that if a O&M contractor wishes to only bid on a specific portion of those, whether they be geographic or not, will allow them to bid as a whole or bid as units, so that we provide complete flexibility in order to get those more attractive responses. However, I will say also, as Mr. Cox stated, that by holding the costs the way we have through this highly inflationary period, I think has been a great benefit to the consumer.
Do you have any expectation of when you will be able to submit that RFP that you just discussed on a statewide basis?
Well, I can tell you at the absolute latest, it'll have to be in place by March of next year, because that's when all the contracts expire. But our intention is to have it done before then.
And the extension that you have mentioned, is it also with Clearwater Solutions LLC?
Yes. What it basically did was take rounds 1, 2, 3, and put all of them on the same deadline so we can bid out everything together as a bundle.
Again, speaking about the conversation, the testimony we've heard earlier between the chairman and Mr. Cox, in regards to the possibility of in-house system operators taking over, he mentioned that there might be a tipping point where that could happen in the state of Kentucky. Are you aware as to whether any analysis has been performed by Bluegrass Water as to the possibility of in-house contractors taking over?
As Mr. Cox said, I know it's something that's of common discussion. I'm not aware of any in-depth analysis that has been done, but it's definitely something that'll be looked at.
Okay. Are you aware as to whether that situation has occurred in other states in which not Bluegrass, but CSWR LLC operates these types of systems? Have they reached that tipping point and decided to have in-house operators take over?
Not as of yet, because we haven't had the, I'll use a different term, as kind of the critical mass in an area where we've been able to accomplish that. But, it will happen.
And I should back up just a step, so where you were talking about the conversations that have taken place in regards to the possibility of in-house operators. Has there been any type of written report or analysis prepared by Bluegrass Water, to your knowledge?
For who, or?
As to the determination as like cost benefit of in-house operators taking over instead of the system operators that are currently operating the systems?
No, there's not. I mean, are you talking about a report for some entity, or, no.
I believe it would just be a, statewide analysis. I'm not sure. One conversation with council, we believe there might have been one prepared, but we could not locate it quickly in the past rate case. Just wondering if, in preparation for this rate case, any type of that analysis had been prepared.
So, outside of the state of Kentucky, the topic came up was a subject in a recent hearing or proceeding, and I did not prepare that.
Are you aware of who would have prepared that?
It seems to be that Mr. Teese is the one that has been picked on today in terms of referrals, but I think he's probably the one.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware as to whether Bluegrass Water, CSWR LLC, or what we've been referring to as US Water LLC, are in any way affiliated with Clearwater Solutions?
There's, if I understand the question, there's no affiliation between the two.
Going back to the process of selecting the system operators, you stated in your testimony that the winning bid selection is based on the lowest and best contractor for the project. Is or has Clearwater Solutions been the lowest bidder for each system acquired by Bluegrass Water?
It has.
Can you provide for us what some of the other indicators or other considerations might be, other than lowest price or lowest bid? When you're making the determination, you had mentioned that cost, but additional services and staffing might also factor into the decision.
All right, I also believe in my testimony, Mr. Depp, can I give you your computer back? In the exhibits in my testimony, I believe so a couple things. One, even though it's in the request for qualifications, there is the safety record we discussed, the insurance requirements, project experience, operating personnel, experience or the type of services they've been provided. Even though a company may come in lowest, we still have the ability to go back and look at those other factors that they'd submitted in the RFQ. Even though they may be all qualified, beyond price, those would be differentiators.
Have there been any other operators that have come close to meeting Bluegrass Water's expectations?
No.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Question?
Hi, how are
Good
you?
afternoon.
How many bids did you receive for the contractor services? Do you remember?
One,
Just one?
yes.
So no one else came close?
No one else came close.
That's because they were the only ones who bid?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Can you describe your process for seeking the bids?
Sure. I mean, when we, it's multifaceted, actually. One, as we're acquiring systems, we look for local operations and maintenance contractors that might be interested. Two, we look through, publications like AWWA or even like Kentucky Rural Water to try to get interested parties. And then we have, a standard selection of other firms that we send the RFQs to. So we're in the RFQ stage. We send those out, and then the firms that are qualified, then we send the RFPs out to them. So we really do attempt to do a thorough search. I mean, I would much rather be sitting here talking to you if I had, 10 bids versus one.
And if you had received multiple bids, would you still have only accepted one contractor to service all of the facilities?
No, as a matter of fact, I mean, I talked about how we do the RFPs in rounds, right? And so even, so each round could have a different proposed or a different successful responder. But even in those particular rounds, we do have the flexibility to carve off one or two of those. If, for instance, there was a question earlier about a certain round may have some disparate systems. We would divide those rounds up too for specific, or, for different systems. And as I mentioned, our intention this time around is we're gonna bundle the entire state, send it out and have complete flexibility in whether you wanna bid the entire state, or you wanna bid a region, or you wanna bid, isolated plants.
And how did you do it differently last time?
The only thing different last time was the fact that, And I think Mr. Cox mentioned that sometimes you need some critical mass or some size to attract the type of bidders we want to attract. What will be different this time is that we'll have all those rounds combined, all the systems combined, to get people interested in proposing.
There's a solid 4 hours drive between some of the facilities. Among your Kentucky facilities, it sounds like maybe not the most cost-effective to not have a contractor in multiple locations.
Well, I don't know if I heard your question entirely, but I think if you were saying that the fact that there's some distance apart, I mean, that is why we're given the flexibility to, you don't have to bid one, or you don't have to bid all or none. You can break them up.
More a comment on the current situation with using only one contractor than that process.
But that again, it's not because we limited the flexibility to do that.
Thanks.
I think it's more related, we did not limit the flexibility. I think it's because of the size or the critical mass to attract the bidders.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to go back to the discussion that you were having with Mr. West about Airview and
Yes,
make
ma'am.
sure that I understand what we were saying. So if there's an emergency, a service emergency,
Yes,
the customer calls, is it NITOR?
that is that's the customer service center that we utilize, yes, NITOR.
And if it was a service issue, they would dispatch someone for a service call?
So at that time, when a customer calls 24/7, 365, if they say, let's just say they have sewage backing up into their basement, it is urgent, we need somebody out here right now. There's no pre-qualification done that says, oh, well, is it on your side or is it on our side? We just dispatch.
Okay.
And from that point in time, it's determined whose responsibility it is.
And if it's determined, because I think you said, tell me if I'm correct, main to the home is the customer's responsibility.
Well,
Is that right?
more specifically to this tariff is from the boundary of the easement
The easement.
to the home is the customer's responsibility.
Okay. And if it's the customer's responsibility, is there a charge for that?
Or is there a charge for us responding?
Well, a response charge, a dispatch charge,
I can-
and let's say they ask that person to fix it. Would they get a bill for that portion from,
So I cannot, without looking at the tariff, which we could look at, I cannot tell you if there's a charge for responding, but I will tell you that we don't charge. We have never charged for that, so the customer's not getting charged. If the repair is required on the company, on the homeowner's side, we typically do not conduct that repair. We advise them to dispatch out like a roto-rooter or some service like that to do that.
okay, all right, thank you. Oh, sorry, yeah.
You're familiar with Clearwater? You're familiar with Midwest operators?
Yes,
Midwest operators that you're aware of you're familiar with the Commonwealth of Kentucky generally, right?
general, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Are you aware of whether Midwest Water, if I call them Midwest Water, you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
Did Midwest Water have a footprint in Kentucky or a presence in Kentucky before your all's acquisition of facilities in 2019?
They did not.
They came here because you all asked them to come here? Is that accurate?
That's true. Or at least we gave them the opportunity, right?
An invitation, is that accurate? I mean, I guess you all told them what you were going to do in 2019, right?
As we were requiring, yes.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to have an appreciation the people that you all asked to come to Kentucky in order to bid on your work are the only people across multiple bids and 4 years now that are even responding to your RFPs. Is that right?
That are qualified, and I share your frustration.
I'm not frustrated. I guess I'm trying to have an appreciation for, I guess, that coincidence that it used to be Midwest, now it's Clearwater due to a merger. Is that right?
Yes.
But the folks at Midwest are still at Clearwater now. Mr. Kunzel and Mr. Merritt, is that right?
Yes, they are both still there currently.
What's that?
They are both still there currently,
Okay.
yes.
And that's who you all worked with, Mr. Merritt at Midwest?
I mean, among others, yes.
Okay. But he was in charge of the operators at Midwest Water?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I'm just hesitating because I don't recall their structure, but.
When you were describing to the vice chair how you all go out for bids, well, let's take a step back. People who, the Division of Water, the Kentucky Division of Water qualifies individuals to be certified wastewater operators. Is that right?
They go through their licensing process, correct.
Okay. Do you know whether the Kentucky Division of Water maintains a list of those individuals in Kentucky that are certified wastewater operators?
I don't know for sure, but most states do.
Have you attempted to get the list of certified wastewater operators in the Commonwealth of Kentucky from the Kentucky Division of Water?
I personally have not.
Have you directed anyone to?
I mean, have I directed anyone to do that? I have not personally directed anyone to do that.
Are you aware of anybody at Bluegrass Water, Central States Water, or any of its affiliates have sought that list by the Kentucky Division of Water?
Here's what I can say. I know that going through a recent Missouri similar discussion, that Clearwater/Midwest has done the same thing in Missouri, so I can only assume that they've done the same thing here. And just, to provide a little background to what you're asking about, if you look at the systems that we've acquired, I mean, you called Mr. Smithers, who had Covered Bridge was the name of his own firm. You recall the operator down in McCracken County who was up here. I mean, the operators or operations firms that we acquired, they did not qualify. Having said that, if you look at some of the operators that they did have that qualified, they have been hired and brought on and kept on. Like the Persimmon Ridge operator, Kathy, I think is her name. She's now been a long-time employee for Midwest. So I do believe that whole process of identifying qualified operators is happening today.
Okay, so taking a step back, Mr. Smithers was not a qualified operator himself, I don't think, but Covered Bridge provided operations, right?
They were an operations and maintenance firm.
Yeah.
However, that did not meet our qualifications for our RFQ process.
I'm not advocating for you to hire anybody specifically, and I think you all have already committed not to hire Covered Bridge, so I'm not advocating that. I'm just trying to make sure the person from Marshall County or McCracken County, I think it was one of the Marshall-McCracken County area, you're talking about the gentleman who actually owned the facilities and sold them to you, correct?
Correct. That was the Great Oaks
Great Oaks.
and Golden Acres, I believe, yes.
And there were proceedings instituted by the Division of Water against him, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
And then the last individual you're talking about, Persimmon Ridge, that was the owner of the facility, is that right?
Not the owner, her particular operator.
Oh, okay.
Is still working for Midwest today.
Okay.
And then down in McCracken County, an employee with the county itself, the McCracken Paducah joint, I know that they, I think they Midwest may have hired one of them, so I know that they're identifying good local operators to the best of their ability.
I guess that's what I'm trying to have an appreciation for. Is that you all asked them effectively, or hoped, whatever word you want to use, that they would come into Kentucky and do this. I guess I still don't have an appreciation why it makes sense for them to do it and not you all.
Well, I mean.
If they could, let me ask it, that was a statement. Let me ask this as a question. How can they make a run of it operating your all systems if you all couldn't make a run of it operating your all systems?
Well, they are set up entirely different from us in terms of how they pay, their benefits, their equipment, their ability. I mean, the fact that they joined or merged or whatever it was, acquired, I don't know the actual structure with Clearwater, is wonderful, right? Because that gave them much more depth of operations personnel. Because if they don't have somebody here at a time, they can bring somebody else in. For us to go through the process, you know, the whole HR side, I mean, Mr. Cox also mentioned the silver tsunami. It is a absolutely brutal market for getting licensed and qualified water and sewer operators. About the time you get somebody trained, somebody else picks them off. You have to be a company with some scale to even attract and compete on those. We are not set up for that.
But you all are paying for that,
Yeah,
right?
I believe in I believe in what you're being told. We're paying for it in a far less, we're paying for it in a much more cost-effective manner than we could do it on our own.
I appreciate that perspective, but what counterfactual are you comparing that to know that what you're paying is less? That was the question I was effectively asking Mr. Cox earlier.
Right.
When have you all looked at it objectively and said, it is cheaper than the alternative? Because here is what the alternative costs.
I mean, other than, I'll use the term, I hate to use the term back of the napkin, but other than conceptual understanding of costs and how things work, we've not done a true study for
Yep.
Kentucky. But you will see, and again, we'll reference the most recent hearing in the state of Missouri, we did that there. I mean, I know, I'm comfortable with my knowledge of costs and the fact that, and I know you don't, it's not good enough what you're asking me, but I'm comfortable with the fact that what we're doing here in Kentucky is cheaper, getting it on a contract basis than hiring it in-house.
Yeah, I mean, what you all own right now in Western Kentucky, everything you can get to in 30 minutes for the most part, maybe 40, right? From one end of McCracken County, maybe to the other end of, maybe to the south end of Gray, but maybe 45 minutes is from one end to the other in Western Kentucky. And even in Central Kentucky, right, the furthest you have to go is Richmond to, let's even say Cincinnati, or Richmond to Bullitt County. Still, you're only talking about max 2 hours. Somebody centrally located between maybe Frankfurt, you could get to everywhere in an hour, hour and a half at the worst. I guess that's just a fact, right? I mean, I can see your all's facilities plotted. You all provided a presentation in a data request, an updated data request response 4 days ago. That's a presentation from September that has a map with your all's facilities owned and facilities under contract. But I can't imagine it takes more than 2 hours, hour and a half from Frankfurt to any of these places in the central and northern Kentucky region. How, if you haven't looked at it, do you know that you can't employ 3 people in Frankfurt and 2 or 3 people in Paducah and it not be less than what you've got going on right now?
So Mr. Cox gave some insight into it, and it is very easy to conceptually oversimplify, but we're talking water and sewer for instance, down in McCracken, people who can do not the major scale construction projects, but plumbing, electrical, mechanical, and you're covering for vacation, holiday, sick, and 7 days a week. So it is more nuanced or complex, I suppose, than looking at a map and saying 3 people should be able to cover
Let
it.
me ask you this way. Are you aware of whether Clearwater provides operator services to any other facilities in the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
I'm not aware.
How about Midwest Water? Were you aware whether they provided operations services to anyone but Bluegrass Water?
In the state of Kentucky, I'm not aware.
Again, I guess I'm trying to figure out if they can stand all this up exclusively to serve you all. How is it that you're not paying for the entirety of what you're saying they're offering you? Does that make sense? Like, if there's no one else to cover the cost, you guys are paying for all those things, right?
So if you, let's take a look at it differently perhaps. And I mentioned this earlier. For us, for there to be, let's say there's an event, right, where there needs to be some additional work on a plant. When they bring resources in from another state, we don't pay for those, whoever they brought in, we're paying for that on a contract basis. We're not covering the overhead and all that, those, surplus employees that they bring in as needed from time to time. We don't have to cover any of that. So all the ebbs and flows and ups and downs and requirements or additional equipment, additional tools, we don't have to cover any of that. They are able to use them efficiently throughout their entire network. They're in multiple states. So, I mean, from that point alone, it's easier for them.
But I guess what I'm trying to have an appreciation for is if you guys are their only client, which we don't have evidence that they are, evidence that they're not. But if you are their only client in Missouri or in Kentucky or in both or in Tennessee or all 3, you guys are paying for all of that because there's no one else to allocate the cost to. If that is the fact, wouldn't you agree that's the case?
I don't think so, because as I was explaining, if they have, just that one example, if they have operations in multiple states and they're pulling as needed, to satisfy the scope of our contract, we're not paying for that. It's coming out of their shared resources pool, not ours.
Okay. So who's your operators in Tennessee?
I know Clearwater operates some of our Tennessee. They may operate all of our Tennessee.
How about Missouri?
We have 2 operators in Missouri, Clearwater and Strickland Engineering.
Okay. Any other states that border Kentucky that you're in? Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, West Virginia, Virginia?
Not that we border. I mean, we have operations in Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Texas.
Louisiana, Tennessee. Right?
Well, I mean, we have others, but I was just thinking of the central.
Yeah. Okay. How many systems do you have in Missouri approximately?
I should know this. 40 something?
And have you hit that point yet that it makes sense to bring any of those items in-house?
I don't believe we have, but we're examining it thoroughly.
Okay, so you'll have to hit something like 30 or 40 in Kentucky before you start running the numbers?
Well, no, you brought up a good point. There's a potential you could hit someplace regionally, like down in McCracken County. That could happen before another part of the state, so it doesn't have to be the entire state.
Well, I guess that's what I still don't have an appreciation for is Cape Girardeau is an hour from Paducah. That's Missouri. I mean, can't say you can hit a golf ball between your all's closest facility in Kentucky to Missouri, but, you know, southeast Missouri, do you all have any facilities down there?
We do, we have some near Cape.
But
We
you all
have-
don't,
We have,
you all don't bid out?
we have one.
You all don't bid out those facilities with the ones in Paducah, given their proximity?
We have not.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a short recess and then we'll come back at, let's just come back at 3:45. Okay, thank you. we're back on the record. Mr. Depp, do you have any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Herrick, would you like to call your next witness?
Well, Your Honor, I might raise a question if I can. So we
Sure.
have 2 witnesses left for our case.
I've got Teese and Lyons.
Correct. Mr. Lyons will be here in the morning. 3:54. I don't know the extent of the questions from Mr. Teese, but I expect they're going to be fairly significant. I don't know whether it makes sense perhaps to continue that tomorrow and start with Mr. Lyons so we can have an uninterrupted discussion with Mr. Teese, or perhaps to start Mr. Teese this afternoon, get Mr. Lyons on in the morning so he can make his flight at the end of the day, and then return to Mr. Teese following it.
Well, so I guess the alternative you're saying would be to leave right now, would be to
Correct.
not to necessarily take either of the other two parties' witnesses. Is that right?
Correct.
Mr. West, your thoughts?
I'm fine with whatever. We can continue to start with Mr. Teese, take lines tomorrow. We can call it a day. I was just going to propose or ask as well if there was any feedback on the timing of calling our witness, because just for planning for hotel checkouts and things like that, if the commission has any feedback on planning.
Mr. Spinard, any thoughts?
Basically the same thing. We're happy to accommodate the applicant on that point, and we just would like to get a sense for when, if and when they would like the judge executive from Scott County to be here.
Okay, so my recommendation is that we go ahead and call Mr. Teese and get as much done as we can today, and then we'll adjourn a little before 5, and then come back in the morning at 9 and start it again with Mr. Teese if we're not done today, and Mr. Lyons if we are.
Okay, and that sounds fine. Will we be able to make accommodations for Mr. Lyons tomorrow if necessary to get him on?
If you would like to call Mr. Lyons if Mr. Teese isn't done yet, that'll be fine.
Okay,
We can take a break from Mr. Teese and come and take Mr. Lyons and then come back to Mr. Teese if need to.
that's working.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bluegrass Water will call Mr. Teese.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? I do. Please have a seat and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Brent Teese. Work address is 1630 DePere Road, Suite 140, DePere, Missouri 63131.
All right, Mr. Teese, I'm going to have to ask you, I know you've got a binder up there. Please make sure the microphone's close to you, and you're probably going to have to increase your voice at least 50%.
Can do. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Herrick, you may ask.
Mr. Teese, could you please state your employer and your position for the record?
Yes, I am employed by CSWR LLC, which is the parent company for Bluegrass Water, and I'm the vice president and corporate controller.
Did you cause direct testimony and rebuttal testimony to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
Did you also sponsor data request responses in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any additions or correction to any, either your testimony or your data request responses?
I do have just one correction to an exhibit that was filed along with my testimony. The exhibit number is BT 14. And it's not significant, but I would like to make it. So in column C on exhibit BT 14, line number 2, the total as we filed it was $8,460,922, and the correct number there is $8,370,751. And going further down that same column, column C, line 8, we filed with a 0 there. The number should be 90,171, and then the rest of the sum total in column 10 remains unchanged, or in line 10 rather.
Mr. Chairman, we will make a corrected filing in the record following the hearing, and I do just want to briefly confirm with Mr. Teese on BT 14, column C, line 10, The changes you made do not, I believe you said the changes don't change the total.
That's correct.
Are there any other additions or corrections that you would make today?
No, sir.
With that change, do you adopt your testimony and discovery responses in this proceeding
I do.
here today?
I do.
Tender Mr. Teese for cross.
Mr. West?
Yes. Hi, Mr. Teese, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
I guess I want to start out and briefly talk about the revenue requirement impacts of the adjustments that you proposed in your rebuttal.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have your rebuttal available to you?
I do. Bear with me.
If you could turn to page 3, I believe there's a chart that shows a summary of those 3 impacts. And if you could, just to give us a frame of reference, if you could just describe those impacts, what they are.
So the chart at the bottom of page 3, starting around line 17?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a total reduction in the revenue requirement of $266,526 based on 3 items. One is the approval of the site visit waiver that the commission approved after we had filed the case. The sale of the Randview system and its assets, and then an insurance expense adjustment that occurred after the filing of the case that we wanted to make sure was incorporated into the revenue requirement.
Okay. And the total value of those is $266,526, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We'll start with the insurance expense.
Yes.
You show that as a revenue requirement impact of $90,314. I believe Mr. Dittemore had proposed a reduction in the amount of $89,411. Do you know what accounts for the difference in those values?
I do not right offhand. I was aware Mr. Dittemore had made a recommendation, but I don't believe I had his number in front of me when I was preparing this number, so.
Would it be acceptable to you if we asked a post-hearing data request?
Absolutely, please do.
Requesting the calculation supporting that $90,314?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about the site visit waiver. That had a revenue requirement impact of $168,433, correct?
Yes.
And are those savings generally related to the commission's approval of fewer inspections rather than daily inspections at certain facilities?
Yes, and anticipated reduction in the operations contract as a result of fewer site visits.
Okay. If I could approach the witness.
You may. Do you mind if I just lay one here for? Thank you.
Can you tell me what this document is?
This appears to be our CPCN application in case 2022-00216.
Can you turn to page 16? Basically, if you could just read paragraph 65.
Okay. With the proposed reduction in daily inspections to 3 times per week, however, the company estimates that it will save approximately $275,000 in annual operations and maintenance costs, reducing the annual amount to approximately $851,000.
Okay. Approach the witness one more time.
You may.
If I can keep this one handy.
Yeah.
Are we marking these as AG hearing exhibits?
I would request that the first would be AG hearing exhibit 4, and this one would be 5. What is this document?
This appears to be the commission order in the site visit waiver docket we were just talking about.
Okay. Can you go to page 5 of the order and read the sentence starting with Bluegrass water calculated? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines down.
Yes, sir. Bluegrass Water calculated that it will save $275,000 in annual operations and maintenance expense by reducing in-person monitoring from 7 days to 3 days per week.
So I guess I'll just let you explain from here the difference between the adjustment of 168,433 related to the site waiver versus these projections from the CPCN case.
Sure, I would love the opportunity, in a post-hearing request to give sort of the mathematic detail there, but it relates to the systems that do not have the remote monitoring equipment installed yet and then can't go down to 3 days at this time.
Okay. And if it's okay with you, I will ask that for those calculations as a
Please do.
post-hearing data request. I think we'll just leave that one there. Let's move on to Randview and the adjustment associated with that. So how much was the revenue impact of the adjustment related to Randview again?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
What was the revenue impact associated with Randview?
It is a revenue requirement reduction of $7,779.
Do you have available to you the response to AG data request 156? And there are actually 3 exhibits associated with that response.
I
Do
do
you
not
that?
have the exhibits with me.
You
I
do?
apologize. I do not have the
You do
exhibits
not?
with me.
Okay.
I have them here and.
Could you make them available to him?
Yes, which 3 are they again?
Well, the attachments are 1, 2, and 3 to AG data request 156.
Okay.
So the one I will be discussing will be exhibit 1 of those 3.
Okay. Part 1 of those 3.
Yes.
Let me just confirm if I'm able to count.
Yes, exactly. Well, let me scroll down. Yeah. So am I correct that that shows projected revenue requirements with Randview and excluding Randview?
It does, yes.
Okay. And can you identify the values for the total revenue requirements with and Randview included and excluding Randview based on that spreadsheet?
Yes. They're both in line 25. I'm not exactly sure how to identify left or right, but it looks like the first one in line 25 is $3,727,085, and the second one on line 25 is $3,667,877.
Okay. And by my math, the difference between those values would be 59,208. Subject to check, does that sound about right?
It does, yes.
Okay. Can you refer to your direct testimony at page 26. Just let me know when you're there.
Page 26. Okay, I'm there.
Can you read the question and answer in lines 10 through 17? And then discuss the values associated with Randview in the table that follows.
Yes, so starting at line 10, has the company included adjustments related to any unapproved applications which are currently before the commission in its rate filing? The answer, the company has not included adjustments related to the De La Plaine CPCN filing, the CPCN filing related to remote monitoring equipment and the site visit waiver, or the potential sale of the Randview service area. Each of these filings would have an impact on the revenue requirement in this proceeding. The table below estimates the impact of each of the open filings on rate base, the revenue requirement, and customer rates. And then it lists the rate base impact, revenue requirement impact, and rate impacts of those items.
And what does it list as the revenue requirement impact for the Randview sale?
A reduction in the revenue requirement of $59,431.
One more question, referencing a different spreadsheet. I don't know if you have this available to you, but it's supplemental exhibit to PSC 3.7.
I do not.
I can find it on that laptop if it's.
That'd be fun.
I have it.
Okay. Can you discuss first of all, what is this spreadsheet showing?
This spreadsheet shows the, okay, I see the date on here, I apologize. This spreadsheet shows the sum total of the revenue requirement reduction based on the adjustments that we've discussed here so far, the CPCN application cases, the sale of Randview, and the insurance expense reduction.
My question regarding this spreadsheet relates to the pro forma revenue at present rates. If the adjusted sewer removes the impact of Randview, why are those values unchanged?
Excuse me, which two values are we talking about?
The two values for pro forma revenue at present rates for the sewer and adjusted sewer, those values are identical, correct?
I'm still not sure. Can you?
It's line 23.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You are correct. They did not change.
Do you have a reason for why that didn't change?
Yeah, so we incorporated the change into the original filings that we looked at that showed a subtraction of minus 59,000 would have related to the expense for Randview and ignored the fact that there's current income or current revenue at Randview. And so what we've done on this spreadsheet is include the net total there in operating income at present rates. And so to your point, it would have been more proper to separate those out into line 4 and into line 23 to follow the design of the worksheet.
Just one more question about this spreadsheet. The total revenue requirement value, sewer and adjusted sewer, if you accept my representation, the difference between those values, by my math, is $277,831.
You're talking about the subtraction of the columns on line 25?
Yes, correct. why would that value be any different than the 266,526 overall reduction that you proposed in your rebuttal testimony?
I think I would need to look at the math side by side to see the component pieces there. You know, there certainly are some timing things that go into those in terms of depreciating rate base and those kinds of things, but I would love the opportunity to look at those numbers side by side.
Can I just ask a post-hearing data request asking you to confirm
Please
the
do.
RAM view calculations?
Please do.
Just a couple more topics. Remote monitoring. Costs were removed related to the site visit waiver issue, but I just want to get an idea of what ratepayers are paying for. So does the revenue requirement include any return of or on investments in remote monitoring equipment?
So the adjusted revenue requirement that we supplemented in PSC 3-7 does include the rate base and revenue requirement impact for the remote monitoring equipment that was the subject of the CPCN case that was recently approved.
And if I'm correct, and if I recall correctly, the commission said in its order in the site visit waiver case that this case would be where it determined whether recovery of those amounts would be appropriate, correct?
That is correct. I should also add that, you know, in the prior case, in the case filed in 2020, 2021, we had some mission monitoring equipment installed or at least contemplated at that time. None of that is included. This is only the high tide equipment that was described in the CPCN case.
Do you have, it might be easier to ask it as a post-hearing data request, but if you can easily point to the value of that equipment that's proposed to go into the revenue requirement, would you prefer I just ask that as a post-hearing DR?
Yeah, it's in the neighborhood of $130,000, but for specifics, I prefer you ask.
And one more area, just to get some clarity, if you could provide the proposal of the company as it relates to late fees generally, can you just explain that?
Sure. So in the last case when we came before the commission, late fees were not allowed in the tariff to be charged. And so as you think about cost of service, when you're calculating, you know, the cost of service and the increased revenue that's needed, miscellaneous revenues are included there. So what effectively has happened with no late fees is that you know, a higher revenue increase in this case is requested to some, a higher increase is requested. And in terms of rate design, all of the current rates are calculated through base rates, where if you were to allow late fees, the base rate could potentially be lower, and late fees could be a source of revenue. And so there was a data request where, and I don't remember if it was AG or staff, but we calculated, it's hypothetical of course, but something like $300,000 per year could have been recovered through late fees just based on the current customer profile and their payment habits. So, you know, the company certainly has contemplated what it would look like if some of the current increase was included in late fees rather than being included in base rates.
Is it the company's proposal, and I know a lot of this was the subject of some of that discovery you're referencing, but just for clarity, is it the company's proposal that a late fee would be required if a customer was 1 day late or 30 days late? Do you have any clarity on that?
It would be 30 days, generally speaking. We bill in arrears, so the bills go out, you know, and say the third, fourth, fifth business day of the month, and the customers have until the end of that calendar month to pay. So it would be effectively the first day of the next month that a late fee would be assessed.
And you mentioned the calculations that the company did in response to the data request. Has the company included this new revenue stream in its proposed revenue requirement to reduce rates?
No, so the company's total revenue requirement is just that. It's the total revenue needed. And if you were to break out, you know, some of it into a miscellaneous revenue line, then the revenue requirement for base rates could potentially be lower.
How does the company propose that ratepayers receive the benefit of this new revenue stream if it's not a part of the proposal?
I don't know that the company really considered this as an option, given the outcome of the last case, but as the discovery in this case showed, there could be a potential benefit to customers. So I don't know that we are making a proposal necessarily, but are kind of recognizing that reality and would be in agreement with the concept of some of our revenue coming through late fees.
Okay. I think that's all I have.
Mr. Stark? Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Hello.
I want to address your attention to a supplemental response to Public Service Commission staff's third request for information, item 3-7. I believe this was filed into the record on September 13th.
Okay. I believe that's the one that's on my screen, supplemental exhibit PSC 3-7.
Right, and so when, to make sure that we're literally on the same page, when I'm looking at the column D has your post-filing adjustments. Do you see that? Column D has your
Oh,
post-filing.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing, I apologize.
Okay. Do you see column D?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's your post-filing adjustments.
Yes.
And line 2, there is a negative amount of $130,898. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And I apologize, can you give me the composition of what is in that amount? How you arrive at that amount?
Yes. So there is an amount in there that reflects the reduction in rate base for the disposition of the Randview service area. There's an amount for removing mission communications equipment that had been part of rate base. And then there's a positive amount for adding high tide communication equipment, as we just discussed with Mr. West. And I believe that's all. That's subject to check. It's those three large components.
Okay, I anticipate that we will ask for further clarification with the post-hearing data request, but we have what we need for this afternoon. With regard to that same exhibit and same column at line 4, operating income at present rates, there's an amount of $259,168. Could you walk us through again, this similar to what you just did a minute ago, which was very helpful, and tell us the composition of that amount?
Yeah, so, and again, I appreciate the opportunity to get all the detail included in a post-hearing data request, but it includes the insurance adjustment that we spoke of, and then there's a difference in the expense related to a subscription, if you will, for mission communication equipment, and the one for high tide communication equipment. And then the net impact of the removal of Randview are the components that I recall, again, subject to check.
Okay, thank you. Going back to your testimony that you submitted in this case, and this has been talked about on several occasions, there was a case pending for a CPCN for certain work for the Delaplane facility. And the case number is 2022-104, and it's a CPCN for projects at the Delaplane site. That's not the exact case style, but are you familiar with the application, the CPCN application in 2022-104?
Generally, yes.
Okay, and so in terms of your general familiarity, on your post-test year adjustments for this particular application, are there any post-test year adjustments in this application for the order approving that CPCN?
No, sir, there are not.
Okay, all right. And with regard to the rebuttal testimony that you submitted, part of your rebuttal testimony that you submitted addresses the recommendations, the testimony of the Scott County witness Ariel Miller. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in very general terms, there was an amount paid by Bluegrass Water, paid by or on behalf of Bluegrass Water in excess of the net book value of the Delaplane system. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so before we get to the issue of the ability to recover through rates that excess, there's first a need to properly classify them on the books of Bluegrass. Rate recovery is separate from classification for now. Is that a fair characterization?
It is, yes.
Okay. Is it your position that the amounts associated with that transaction for the Delaplane system were properly booked into the accounts that is on the books of the Bluegrass Water system, that those amounts that are in the land account are properly in the land account?
Yes, they are where they should be, yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and we will follow up with some post-hearing data requests on those 2 points. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we'll talk about the processing of post-hearing data requests at the end of the hearing. I know Commission staff will have some as well as you, Mr. West, so we'll get to that. Before we move on to staff, Mr. West, I'd like to take up AG hearing Exhibit 4 and 5. Would you like to move for their introduction?
I would so move.
Mr. Depp?
No objection.
Okay. All right, we'll enter AG hearing Exhibit 4 and AG hearing Exhibit 5. Mr. Bellamy?
Would you agree that your primary role in this case was providing and supporting the revenue requirement calculation?
Can you repeat the question? I'm having a little trouble hearing over here. I
I'm
apologize.
sorry. Would you agree that your primary role in this case was providing and supporting the revenue requirement calculation?
Yes,
And you were involved in Bluegrass Water's last rate case, correct?
correct.
And did you have a similar role in that case?
A similar, yes.
One of the differences between this case and the last case is that Bluegrass Water is using a historical test year in this case, whereas it used a forecasted test year in the previous case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you familiar with the differences between how a revenue requirement is calculated in a forecasted as compared to a historic test year?
I believe so, at least generally, yeah.
What are those differences?
A forecast test year effectively uses budgets instead of actual historic expenses for calculating a revenue requirement is the largest difference.
Would you agree that the use of a forecasted test year is seen as allowing for less regulatory lag than the use of historic test years?
Of course, yes.
With respect to plant additions that occurred during a forecasted test year, how are they typically treated?
Are you talking about in this case, or is that a general
No, I'm
question?
talking just generally, when you use a forecasted test year, how are forecasted plant additions that will occur during the test year treated?
So for a forecast test year, if you were to include projected improvements and the completion of construction projects, you would use those construction budgets and potentially purchase orders that were issued or contracts, bids, those kinds of things to get as much cost certainty as you could to project into the forecast test year.
So you would project the projects that are going to occur during the forecasted test year?
Yes.
But and you would project the actual cost of the project, but as far as determining their effect on rate base, when you use a forecasted test year, is it typical to use a 13-month average of plant and service to determine the effect of plant additions and retirements on rate base?
That is a methodology that we have seen in Kentucky, so I can say that my experience is yes, in Kentucky. I have not necessarily seen that same methodology used in other places, though.
Other places don't use a forecast, when they're doing a forecasted test period, what do they typically do? Do they allow the full amount of the plant to go in to rate base?
Sure. So, forecasted test year is not something we take advantage of very often. So I'm most familiar with the type of filing we've made here, which is a post-test year adjustment. That is a specific, discrete project. And where we've made those requests in other jurisdictions, they've either been, fully allowed as a project that is added to rate base or disallowed, not necessarily using an averaging convention as we've seen here.
Okay, so that would not be a forecasted test period. You're talking about a historical test period with
adjustments, yes. Yeah.
Okay. So with respect to the 13-month average, you agree that that's how a forecasted test period is calculated in Kentucky, or the effects of plant additions are calculated using a 13-month average in Kentucky, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So if a utility filed for a general rate adjustment based on a forecasted test year beginning in January 1st, 2024, the contribution to rate base of the plant additions that were projected to occur in December of 2024 would be significantly reduced from the total value. Is that correct?
Yes.
For instance, if it was projected that 13 million in plant would be placed in service on December 31st of 2024, the contribution of that plant in service to rate base would be about 1 million using a 13-month average. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be 1/13, right? So 1 million.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Can you refer to, do you have Bluegrass Water's response to Commission staff's 4th request for information, item 22?
I can probably get it. I did not have it in front of me. Probably.
If I can access my.
You may.
That was 422.
Yes. You responded to this request for information, correct?
I did, yes.
So it says, provide the estimated in-service dates for each project reflected as a pro forma addition and explain how each in-service date was projected. And you said June 2024 is the estimated in-service date for the projected additions. Without having confirmation from the contractors at the time of filing, this date is a reasonable estimate because Bluegrass believed the work would be completed by June 2024. My question, firstly, the effect of the plant additions that you included in the pro forma adjustments, those were fully included in rate base 100%, is that correct?
That's correct.
There was no discounting or 13-month average, anything like that, correct?
Correct.
I guess my question is, you agreed earlier that the purpose of a forecasted test year is sort of to reduce regulatory lag as compared to historic. If that's the case, if you had used a forecasted test year, would you agree that those plant additions with an in-service date of June 2024, they would be discounted based on the 13-month average, correct?
Well, so it depends on the forecast test period. for instance, if we had a period starting June 1st, 2024 and going from there, right?
Sure. But, and I'm not gonna ask you to quote the statute, but my understanding is the statute says something to the effect of that the beginning of the forecasted test period should be the point at which the suspension period would end, which would typically be 7 months after the filing of the application. So, assuming that's the case, and the forecasted test period is beginning, let's say, the dates don't have to be perfect, but let's say September 1st of 2023. If you have plant, using the forecasted test period, if you had plant going into service June 2024, that would be partially discounted by the 13-month average, correct?
That's correct.
If you're using a historical test period.
If you're using a
Or, I'm sorry, a
forecast.
forecasted.
Yes.
So if we agree that a forecasted is intended to reduce regulatory lag, if you are using a historical test period, why would the full cost of those additions be included in rate base for a historical period?
Yeah, I think the unique situation we have here is the CPCN approval. And so it's, you know, I would equate it more to a known and measurable adjustment as a post-test year adjustment more than, you know, something that looks like a forecast test year. You know, the commission had approved those amounts, or we expected that they would, and so they were included as post-test year adjustments in full. So that's the difference in the way we approached that.
And I guess that's how you're reading known and measurable. How far would you say, like, if you were granted a CPCN today and, you know, you're gonna have a project that's gonna go into effect, or that's gonna be built September 30th, 2023, or let's say it's a large project. You're gonna start, it's gonna be placed into effect January 1st, 2025. If you have a CPCN, would it be your opinion that that project would be included in rate base fully as a plant in service?
So we're in hypothetical land a little bit, right? So there's certainly some something to consider there. I think from a company perspective, we're conscious of how often it's prudent to file rate cases in terms of recovering that investment. And when you look out into the future, how you know, what is the impact on rate base of various things that happen. So I think that's, you know, maybe a part of the consideration that we haven't talked about in this is how soon would we be coming back for a rate adjustment, just in the normal course of business.
Are known and measurable changes typically something that has already occurred by the time the rate is placed into effect? Or do you know?
I'm not aware of a, you know, particular definition. And so, you know, I don't want to speak to a statute that may or may not exist, but certainly, you know, known and measurable adjustments can include annualizations, post-test year, known and measurable changes. In this case, I would include the CPCN additions that we made as a known and measurable in this case, yes.
If you're projecting the date it's going to be placed in service, though, you don't actually know that date. So it's not something that's actually happened. You're projecting sort of like you would for a forecasted test year, projecting when you think plant additions will occur at some point in the future, correct?
I mean, I think any known and measurable adjustment is by its nature somewhat of a projection, right? If I annualize a cost, I'm assuming that cost will continue. But to your point, yes, we're assuming the date that it would go into service.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your response. You said that any known and measurable cost is what?
So any adjustment that you make to a test year is potentially somewhat an estimate. Meaning, if I have, you know, 10 years of known costs, I'm going to estimate that should be annualized to a 12-month period. But there's, you know, some level of you know, small level of probability that would not happen or could not happen. So speaking in the hypotheticals there, but yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's not forecasted, it's incurred.
Sure.
So it's not an estimate based off of an expectation of something different happening. It's literally just accounting for something that has already happened. right?
I agree with you, that there is a difference, but I'm simply suggesting there's some unknown component there.
Well, you say unknown. I want to be clear. You're saying it's unknown that it will occur, not that it's unknown that it has occurred.
Correct.
That's a distinction, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Belly?
Sorry.
You're entitled to water. Take your time.
I'm gonna just share this on my screen, I think, just to make it easier, but. When you calculated plant and service, you kind of had the original cost rate base, and you added a number of items, and one of the items that you added to rate base was acquisition-related costs.
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna just pull up, well, actually, I don't know. I don't believe this was confidential.
There may have been one, I don't know, what exhibit are you?
Exhibit PSC 3-9. It's an Excel spreadsheet, plant and service breakdown.
That was the one I thought you were referring to. That one may be,
It was filed in the,
yeah. That one is not confidential.
okay. I'm gonna, do you
Sorry,
happen to have that?
This is the plant and service breakdown exhibit?
Yeah, so it's exhibit PSC 3-9, plant and service breakdown. And I'll go ahead and share my screen since I have this up here. I can figure out how to do it. So, what I wanted to look at was just the acquisition-related costs. This takes a little bit of time. So, I'm not gonna scroll all the way down to the bottom, but do you recall that it was approximately $1.8 million in acquisition-related costs that were added to rate base?
I'll take your word for that. That sounds close to this.
I'm gonna pass out, I have an exhibit, and I'm gonna ask you as a post-hearing data request, because I know there's no way you can like add these things up here. It's like 1,000 entries.
Sure.
But this is an attempt that we've made, if I may approach.
You may.
To essentially add all of these items up by system and vendor. Yes, you may. So, and I'm just gonna represent to you that this is an attempt to add all these items up by vendor and system. And just out of fairness to you, I'm gonna ask you as a post-hearing data request to kind of do the same thing. And if you think there's some mistake that's been made here, feel free to point that out.
Okay.
I wasn't necessarily, trying to reference this to get every single cent correct. It might be correct, but as a post-hearing, I'll ask you just to, add these numbers up, and if there's something you see wrong here, feel free to point it out.
Okay.
But the question that I had, if you look, page 1 of what I just handed out it's not paginated, so the first page, you got McGrayer, McGinnis, Leslie, and Kirkland. And you have acquisition costs of $595,000.
Yes.
And then on the last page, you have Beckemeyer Law Firm with acquisition-related costs of $504,000.
I see that.
So, I guess, firstly, 1.1 million of that 1.8 is legal fees, correct?
Yes, based on those two vendors, that's correct.
Is there a particular accounting standard, NARUC system of account standard, or other standard that you relied on to determine that those costs should be capitalized?
Sure, so we book those costs to preliminary survey and engineering. It's account 183 in the NARUC Uniform System of Accounts. And that account is, let me clarify, depending on which version of the USOA you're using, in 1996, I believe, it became account 186, but has very similar language as to what we're doing here. But it contemplates, as you are making plans and doing title work, anticipation of improvements to be made, and all those sorts of costs that go into making an acquisition, they would go in that account. And it specifically says that if construction, or in this case, the acquisition occurs, that those costs are to be capitalized as part of utility plant and service.
Does that account, you said acquisition, does that deal with acquisition, or is that dealing with construction?
I don't remember if the word acquisition ever appears in there, but we certainly have applied it to the idea that as we acquire, we want to be ready on day one to make the improvements that are necessary to get the system into compliance. Remembering these are systems with inadequate service, sometimes significant deferred maintenance. Things have to be done day one to get them back in compliance, and that's all part of the planning that goes in there. In addition, a lot of the legal fees relate to, do we even have the legal right to access collection systems or lift stations or other of those types of things. So it's dealing with servitude and easement access issues, and all those things are part and parcel of providing quality service. So the characterization of these as legal fees is a little simplistic in terms of what we're actually trying to accomplish to be ready to take over operations day one.
And what was that standard again? I apologize. 186?
183 in the older versions, 186 in the newer versions.
And would you be able to file that particular account description as a post-hearing data request?
Absolutely, yes.
But just to follow up, when you're looking at whether something should be capitalized into that account, what specifically do you look for?
So, I mean, that account is effectively a holding account, right? Because if the acquisition occurs, construction occurs, to use the rest of the language in that account description, it would go with the into the underlying plan accounts, right? So, but in terms of what do we look at to kind of park the expenses there, we understand the work of our real estate attorneys. We understand the requirements that the commission has to make sure we're prepared to take ownership of these systems, and so we're booking those types of costs in that account. It never includes what we would consider to be business development cost, time spent by our employees who do business development. It never includes those types of things. It's always the regulatory attorneys and the real estate attorneys doing their work to get us ready to take ownership and take over operations.
And I get that. I get like what you're saying should be in there, but you have attorneys and firms, perhaps I believe, some of these same firms, because I recognize at least one of them, doing other casework for you. So how do you determine whether a specific bill fits into this category that you think should be capitalized versus, no, this is actually just an expense, related to this case.
Understood, yeah, thank you for that. So we work closely with our attorneys, as you mentioned. You see those names a lot, we work with them well, and the way that they invoice us lets us know. So one particular instance in Kentucky was, as we went through the financing case, we had no basis to capitalize legal costs related to that financing case. So those all went into expense, and that was clearly delineated on invoices by our legal folks for us, our legal vendors.
What's the distinction between what the Breckenmeyer law firm does and what McBrayer, McGinnis, Leslie, and Kirkland does?
Sure, so.
'Cause they're both about $500,000.
Yeah, so the work that, excuse me, Beckemeyer Legal Firm does for us is real estate related. So they're searching, history of title, and I'm not an expert, so I can't delineate everything they do for us, but certainly looking at servitudes and easement access to systems and title history, et cetera, et cetera. McBrayer is primarily the regulatory firm that we use in the state of Kentucky, at least in a number of these acquisition cases.
Okay. If you look here at the top of this summary that I have given you, there's about $32,000 in expenses that are just blank. They didn't have a vendor. Would you have any knowledge of what those expenses are?
No, but I certainly would, we could find an answer for you. I mean, as you mentioned, it's a long list. I'm not sure if it was just an omission or something, but we certainly could find an answer for you.
What type of work is Midwest Water Operations doing as far as acquisition-related costs? 'Cause there's about $143,000 in that.
Sure. So I would need to look at the particular invoices in this case, but I know one of the things that Midwest did for us early in Kentucky, they did a site visit prior to us closing on the acquisition of these systems so that they could be ready for operations day one. So it's an assessment of what's there, and they work closely with an engineering team to do that. So part of what they charge us for in this case, certainly not nearly $143,000, but that's one component of what's here. I would need to look through the invoices to see the rest of what's here.
I guess what type of work would you, because again, they're doing everyday operations for you. They're also doing some maintenance, I believe, that's in addition to that. And then they're doing this work that's capitalized. How are you delineating between this is something that I'm going to capitalize as acquisition-related costs in account 183 versus this is, an expense that, I'm going to record as an expense at this time?
Sure. I don't know. I mean, it's 2019 for some of these expenses, maybe even before that. So I really would need the opportunity to go back and look at those to answer that with any kind of.
Well, I'm not asking about specific expense though. I'm talking about what standard you use when determining, what type of work is going to fit into this account 183. Not specific expenses, but what type of work fits in there for something like what Midwest is doing.
Yeah. So so it is not. We don't have an agreement with Midwest where they have, let me start that differently. When we work with Beckemeyer on real estate, we understand what they're going to do for us. They understand, a checklist, a scope of work. We don't have anything like that that's standard with Midwest. So, in these cases, I'm not sure I can speak to exactly what they were doing at this time. I think some of the things that they might be part of, finding a surveyor in a spot where we needed that prior to closing. That's just one example, but again, I don't know the particulars of these numbers. So.
I'll stop sharing my screen here. Was there any discussion, you mentioned the accounting standard that you thought it fit into, justify the capitalization. Was there any discussion of whether it's something that you can include in plant and service under the Delta test or the statutory implementation of the Delta test?
Well, I'm not that familiar with the Delta test. I mean, I know what you're talking about and kind of the 5 components. I've thought about that related to the actual purchase price. So I guess I would have to say no, there wasn't a conversation about whether these would kind of have any impact on that test.
Going back to this account 183, is account 183, is that a plant and service account? Or is it, you put it in there initially and then you move it over to plant and service?
I mean, it's similar to a construction in progress account. You hold something there and once it's completed, if you will, then it moves over to the utility plant and service accounts, which
So
are
you
the
would-
300 accounts for generally.
Okay, so you would then assign that over, and how do you determine what accounts to assign it to when you move it over?
Yeah, so, there are a couple of different kind of scenarios there. Ultimately, we kind of default to that the service area itself and so think about the transfer of the opportunity to operate that, certificate of convenience and necessity or whatever the equivalent is in the state of Kentucky that gives us the right to operate there. And so we think about that as a service area, and then when you think about the real estate part of this that relates significantly to servitudes and easement access, that largely impacts the collection system more than anything else. So our default on these, unless we have some other context, is to capitalize these along with the collection system, utility plant accounts.
Can I ask a question, and we're gonna need to go ahead and recess for the evening? Do you book these in utility plant and service? Have you all booked these in utility plant and service upon the closing of the purchase of the utilities?
Yes, but we do generally wait a little bit because, you have to wait till kind of the expenses are complete and the invoices come in to know what the full amount of those is. But yeah, so within 90 days to 120 days, we would do that.
Not necessarily the actual construction.
Right.
Have you read the uniform system of accounts for utilities of this type?
I have, yes.
The explanation for the ones adopted by the Public Service Commission, the ones for account 183?
I have, yes.
Okay. So when it says, for instance, for 183, these are for, I'm just reading the ones for AB water utilities. Probably not going to be very different here. That if construction results, this account shall be credited and the appropriate utility plant account charged. That you guys were actually charging the plant account upon the purchase of the entities, not upon any construction related to those utilities. Is that right?
I mean, everything we do requires some level of improvements. So as a standard practice, yes, it's foundational for what we do, that we have easements, we have access, we have engineering drawings, we understand what the components of the plant are that are in need of refurbishment day one. So to the extent that we know going in that we've got to make major repairs to everything we buy, we think the logic fits there. I mean, I understand in a larger project, a utility that had much more history, we would need to treat that differently. But I think as it applies to everything we've done in the state of Kentucky and probably the extent of our footprint, the day we go in, we want to be prepared to make the necessary refurbishments, improvements that are there. And so we're not thinking about significant construction projects always when we do that.
Okay, but that's not what the uniform system of account says, does it? Let me read you the whole 183 so you can tell me if it says exactly what you explained. Preliminary survey and investigation charges. That's the account number that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is I'm reading from the NARUC Uniform System of Accounts for Class A-B water utilities adopted by the Public Service Commission. This 1996 version of the NARUC USOA for water utilities was modified and adopted by the Kentucky Public Service Commission in 2002. So if it's out of date, so be it, but This is what you were referring to, so you tell me if you think it's different than this. Preliminary survey and investigation charges. This account shall be charged with all expenditures for preliminary surveys, plans, investigations, etc., made for the purpose of determining the feasibility of projects under contemplation. If construction results, this account shall be credited and the appropriate utility plant account charged. If the work is abandoned, the charge shall be to account 426 miscellaneous non-utility expenses or to the appropriate operating expense account unless otherwise ordered by the commission. See account 675 miscellaneous expenses. The records supporting the entries to this account shall be so kept that the utility can furnish complete information as to the nature and purpose of the survey, plans, or investigations, and the nature and amounts of the several charges. Note, the amount of preliminary survey and investigation charges transferred to utility plant shall not exceed the expenditures which may reasonably be determined to contribute directly and immediately and without duplication to utility plant. So you think that booking legal expenses related to closing a purchase of a brand new utility, even when Bluegrass wasn't a utility operating in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, that all of the preliminary costs prior to those closings should have gone and should have been capitalized at the time of the closing? Is that how you all did it, within 90 days of the closing?
That is how we did it, yeah, so.
So you all, let me just have an appreciation for that. You all are using the closing of a purchase of a new asset, whether you paid $1 for it or $450 for it, as the project as used in the definition of 183.
I think the nuance there is, we certainly would not say that that purchase of those, the close on that acquisition is the projects. We would say that those costs, though, are giving us a sense of what projects need to happen and when and where. As we have done that, the feasibility, I think is the word used there, analysis pre-acquisition.
But would you disagree with me that the statement there, the explanation says that you shouldn't actually put a utility plant in service until the construction results?
Yeah, again, I think our experience has been, where it's necessary, construction starts almost day one. So, but I understand the nuance of what you're saying, and so yes, I would agree with you.
Okay. Agree that it's contingent upon construction resulting.
Yes.
So if you don't make an upgrade to a system, like we heard about earlier for one of these systems, that you didn't make the upgrades, you all would have already booked all these costs in utility plant and service for that utility, right?
Not necessarily, right? So the engineering design phase is not done. So if we, continued on with engineering design and got right down to blueprints on a project and it did not happen, we certainly would write off those costs at that time. We're treating the service area and the compliance improvements that need to happen there as the project for which construction happens when we acquire.
But all the $1.1 million in legal expenses would have been, right?
Yes.
All right, we'll come back tomorrow and let Mr. Bellamy finish his cross-examination. These forms aren't easy to find, but I can be found quickly through a Google search if you would like to familiarize yourself with our USOA adoptions. We will be in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow, and we'll pick up with Mr. Teese. I think we can probably get done with him and Mr. Lyons in short order in the morning. And then we'll move on to your next witness.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess till 9 a.m.